Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
பரமானையே தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனை அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனை அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் எண்ணில்லா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வீணைகள் களைந்தான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி விட்டிருந்தருள்வான் மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமை கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் பாசந்தனை அறுத்தே எம்மை காப்பான் வெற்றி குதிரை ஏறியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்தியன் சுள்ளும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தனை அறுத்தே எம்மை காப்பான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்தியன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்தியனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் நித்தியன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார் நித்தியனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம் நித்தியன் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் நித்தியனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம் நித்தியம் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்தியன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கேட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்தியனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திரு அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்
நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா நல்லவா எந்தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா வாழ்வில் நித்தியமாய் விளங்கும் ஆனந்தம் கரையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தடை செய்திடும் அடம்பனும் நிலையில்லாகி வாழ்வில் நித்தியமாய் விளங்கும் ஆனந்தம் கரையில்லா ஆனந்தத்தை தடை செய்திடும் அடம்பனும் தடை தகர்த்து வெல்ல நித்யானந்தன் தந்த சூத்திரம் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் இந்த உலகில் இணையில்லா வரும் நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் இந்த உலகில் இணையில்லா வரும் என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஆழியாய் விருந்து நிற்கும் கர்ம நிலை சஞ்சிதம் ஆழியாய் விருந்து நிற்கும் கர்ம நிலை சஞ்சிதம் வாழும் ஜென்மத்தோடு கொண்டு வந்த பிராரப்தமா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா போதும் நம்மை சாடுவர் விடாத துயில் தழுவ மனதை விட்டு நீக்குவர் உடுயிராய் உலவுகின்ற போதும் நம்மை சாடுவர் விடாத துயில் தழுவ மனதை விட்டு நீக்குவர் ஆயுள் தாண்டி விட்ட போதும் ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் மீட்பராய் தோன்றுகின்ற நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் கீடவர் ஆயுள் தாண்டி விட்ட போதும் ஆண்டு கொள்ளும் மீட்பராய் தோன்றுகின்ற நித்யானந்த சத்குருவின் கீடவர் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளிக்கவா தந்தை தாயும் ஆன போதும் திட்டமிட்ட சொந்தம்தான் கொண்ட வந்த மக்கள் யாவும் தீர்வில்லாத நோய்களாம் தந்தை தாயும் ஆன போதும் திட்டமிட்ட சொந்தம்தான் கொண்ட வந்த மக்கள் யாவும் தீர்வில்லாத நோய்களாம் ஈடு காட்டில் இட்ட பின்பும் முக்தி தந்து ஏற்றிடும் ஈடிணை இல்லாத ஒரே சொந்தம் குரு நித்யனாம் ஈடிணை இல்லாத ஒரே சொந்தம் குரு நித்யனாம் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா ஆசை கால நச்சம்பலியோடு குற்ற எண்ணமும் ஆசை கால நச்சம்பலியோடு குற்ற எண்ணமும் மாசு கொண்ட எண்ணங்கள் சல்காரமாய் வதைத்திடும் போதும் இந்த வாழ்வும் என்று ஜீவன் ஓய்வு தேடிடும் போதும் இந்த வாழ்வும் என்று ஜீவன் ஓய்வு தேடிடும் தேடும் ஓய்வு காட்டிடாத எண்ணம் மீண்டும் மோதிடும் தேடும் ஓய்வு காட்டிடாத எண்ணம் மீண்டும் மோதிடும் என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா பிராணதேகம் காமமோகத்தீனில் உழன்றதே பிராணதேகம் காமமோகத்தீனில் உழன்றதே ஆசை கடலின் அலைகள் தன்னில் கட்டுண்டே பின் மூழ்குதே காத்து கொள்ளும் நோக்கினோடு நித்தியன் பாதம் நாடுதே காத்து கொள்ளும் நோக்கினோடு நித்தியன் பாதம் நாடுதே நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தரும் யுக்தி தன்னை வேண்டுதே நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரணம் தரும் யுக்தி தன்னை வேண்டுதே என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா கொண்ட ஆசை மோகம் யாவும் எண்ணமாக வாழ்ந்திடும் முள்ளி முள்ளி நாளெடுக்கும் நித்யன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் கொண்ட ஆசை மோகம் யாவும் எண்ணமாக வாழ்ந்திடும் முள்ளி முள்ளி நாளெடுக்கும் நித்யன் சொன்ன சூத்திரம் பிள்ளை தமிழ் பேசும் தெய்வ ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யனும் சொன்ன மாத்திரத்தில் காண தேகம் கரை சேர்ந்ததே பிள்ளை தமிழ் பேசும் தெய்வ ரூபம் கொண்ட நித்யனும் சொன்ன மாத்திரத்தில் காண தேகம் கரை சேர்ந்ததே என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா குற்றமாய் உணர்வு கொள்ளும் எண்ண மனதை வாட்டிடும் சற்றும் தெளிவில்லாத நிலை தன்னை தானே காட்டிடும் குற்றமாய் உணர்வு கொள்ளும் எண்ண மனதை வாட்டிடும் சற்றும் தெளிவில்லாத நிலை தன்னை தானே காட்டிடும் சுற்றம் கொஞ்சம் சாற்றும் சுயமாக கொஞ்சம் வெற்றிடும் கற்ற வித்தை ஏதும் கை கடங்கிடாது போகிடும் கற்ற வித்தை ஏதும் கை கடங்கிடாது போகிடும் என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா தவறுணர்ந்து ஸ்படிகமாக மனம் தெளிந்த பெருநிலை தவறுணர்ந்து ஸ்படிகமாக மனம் தெளிந்த பெருநிலை குறை களைந்து நிலை உயர்ந்த சிகரம் எட்டும் ஓர் நிலை சுமை குறைந்து மனசரீரம் கடந்து செல்லும் சீர்நிலை சுமை குறைந்து மனசரீரம் கடந்து செல்லும் சீர்நிலை தயபுரிந்து விமல நித்யன் அருளுகின்ற மேல்நிலை தயபுரிந்து விமல நித்யன் அருளுகின்ற மேல்நிலை என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா என்னப்ப நல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் தியானம் அளித்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. காணும் காரண சரீரமும் சூழும் சொப்பனத்தை மெய்யென்றெண்ணியே தவித்திடும். ஆழ்ந்த நித்திரைக்குள் காணும் காரண சரீரமும் சூழும் சொப்பனத்தை மெய்யென்றெண்ணியே தவித்திடும். மீளுகின்ற சூத்திரம் அருள் செய்யும் நித்யானந்தனால் காரண சரீரம் தன்னை பூர்ணமாய் கடக்கிறோம். காரண சரீரம் தன்னை பூர்ணமாய் கடக்கிறோம். என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. அற்பமான வஸ்து மீது கொள்ளும் மோக எண்ணமே, அற்பமான வஸ்து மீது கொள்ளும் மோக எண்ணமே ஸ்வர்க்கமாய் தெரிந்து ஆன்ம தேகம் தன்னை ஆளுமே. விற்பனை பொருட்கள் மீது கொள்ளுகின்ற பற்றலாம், விற்பனை பொருட்கள் மீது கொள்ளுகின்ற பற்றலாம் சொற்பமாய் சுகம் அளிக்கும் போகம் விளைவிக்குமே, சொற்பமாய் சுகம் அளிக்கும் போகம் விளைவிக்குமே. என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்தன் பாதம் தன்னை பற்றிட போக எண்ணம் மாற்றி ஞான தீயை கொஞ்சம் மூட்டுவான். பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்தன் பாதம் தன்னை பற்றிட போக எண்ணம் மாற்றி ஞான தீயை கொஞ்சம் மூட்டுவான். மோகமாய் முளைத்த போகம் வேகம் கொண்ட தீயினால் ஏகமாய வான்மதேகம் தாண்டி கரை சேருமே. மோகமாய் முளைத்த போகம் வேகம் கொண்ட தீயினால் ஏகமாய வான்மதேகம் தாண்டி கரை சேருமே. என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. மனம் கசிந்து இதயம் தாண்டி எம்புகின்ற நன்றியும் கணத்தில் கொண்ட காயம் நீக்கும் துயரில்லாமல் போக்கிடும். மனம் கசிந்து இதயம் தாண்டி எம்புகின்ற நன்றியும் கணத்தில் கொண்ட காயம் நீக்கும் துயரில்லாமல் போக்கிடும். குணகுன்றாம் நித்யானந்தன் அடித்த நித்திய வாழ்வதால் நித்தியம் நீங்கி நிர்வாண உடல் தன்னை நாங்கள் கடக்கிறோம். நித்தியம் நீங்கி நிர்வாண உடல் தன்னை நாங்கள் கடக்கிறோம். என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. சத்திய வாழ்வு நித்திய வாழ்வு ஆனந்தமய வாழ்வுதான், சத்திய வாழ்வு நித்திய வாழ்வு ஆனந்தமய வாழ்வுதான். அருணை தந்த அமைதி புயல் நித்தியம் தந்த வாழ்வுதான். சம்ஸ்காரங்கள் நீங்கி நாங்கள் நித்தியம் தந்த வாழ்வினால், சம்ஸ்காரங்கள் நீங்கி நாங்கள் நித்தியம் தந்த வாழ்வினால் புதிய பிறவியாய் மலர்ந்து நித்யானந்தம் நெய்தினோம். புதிய பிறவியாய் மலர்ந்து நித்யானந்தம் நெய்தினோம். என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. என்னப்பனல்லவா என் தாயும் அல்லவா தன்னை உணர்த்திடும் ஞானம் அளித்தவா. எங்கும் நிறைந்த நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா எங்கும் நிறைந்தவா எண்ணம் கடந்தவா பொங்கும் அருவியாய் ஆனந்தம் தந்தவா சித்தனே உலகோரின் பித்தெல்லாம் தெளிவித்து ஞான வித்தை தந்தவனே நித்யானந்த பெருவாழ்வின் பொருளானவனே நித்யானந்த பெருவாழ்வின் பொருளானவனே தியானக்கரம் நீட்டி எம்மை ஆண்டு கொண்டவனே அருள் தருவாய் நித்யானந்தனே. கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் என்னாலும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. உள்ளுக்குள் உண்டாகும் நித்திய ஆனந்தம் கண்டாலே உள்ளம் தெய்வீகம் கொண்டாடும் என்றாய் நித்யானந்தா நீ. கள்ளங்கள் இல்லாமல் கொள்ளும் தெய்வீகம் என்னாலும் எம்மை ஞானத்தின் மெய்வாழ்வில் சேர்க்கும் யுக்தி தந்தாய் நீ. நித்யாவன் பாதம் அதை கண்டாலே போதும் மெய்ஞானம் வாழ்வில் பொறியாக குடியேறும். அகமும் தெளிந்தே ஆனந்த கூத்தாடி விட குருவாய் மலர்ந்தான் மெய்ஞானம் எம்முள்வதிட. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. தங்கமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. கட்டி தரும் நித்யானந்தன் தியானம் தன்னை செய்தாலது பக்தியோடும் ஸ்ரத்தையோடும் நித்யா உன்னை பூஜிப்பது. பல நாள் தவமோ பல நாள் நித்யானந்தன் ரூபம் இன்று இறையே குருவின் உருவில் வையம் காக்கும் எண்ணம் கொண்டு தகமலை வந்தவா தெய்வீகமாய் நின்றவா அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா. அண்டத்துக்கு நித்யானந்த தியானம் தந்தவா.
அஞ்சலென்றடைய அபயம் தரும் லிங்கம் ஆனந்த நித்தியன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பிணி நீக்கும் உயிர் காக்கும் ஞான ஒளியாக பூத்த நித்யானந்தன் தந்த உயர்லிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அருணயம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அருணயம் பதிதனிலே மலைவல வழிதனிலே அருமையாய் அமர்ந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். கருதிடும் அடியவரின் மலையெனும் துயர்களையே கடுகன உடைக்கும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருள் அழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். கவலைகள் விடி உறவே அவலங்கள் பொடிப்படவே கருணையின் அருள் அழகாய் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயத்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். சுயமதை உணர்த்திடவே சுகமதில் நிலை பெறவே தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். தவநிலை குயர்த்தும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பிணிகளை போக்கிவிடும் பிறவியும் போக்கிவிடும் உயர்நிலை வாழ்வளிக்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மனிதருக்கரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மனிதருக்கரியதொரு அரூபரூபமெனும் அஜோமுகத்தை காட்டும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற விரதம் கொண்ட 1008 நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். அமரர்கள் உலகமெல்லாம் அருள் பெற விரதம் கொண்ட 1008 நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். குணக்கடல் குவலயத்தை குறைவின்றி காக்க எங்கள் குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். குரு நித்யானந்தன் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம். அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். அயனறி கருளிடவே அக்னி வடிவினிலே அருணையில் உதித்த நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதன் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். அன்பருக்காதரவாய் ஆலமிடற்றினிலே கட்டிய நாதன் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதியும் அந்தமில்லா ஜோதியின் ரூபமென சூட்சமாத்மமான ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். முக்தர்கள் பக்தரெல்லாம் முக்தியடைந்து விட மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். மூலமதாக நின்ற ஆனந்தலிங்கம். ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம். ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம். விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். ஊழ்வினை மாய்த்து விடும் ஆன்மீக வேட்கைதனை தீயன மூட்டும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். வாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். பாழ்மனம் கொள்ளும் பெரும் எண்ணங்கள் யாவையுமே பாங்குடன் நீக்கிவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்கும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். தாழ்வுகள் போக்கிவிடும் தீமைகள் நீக்கி நம்மை தூயவனாக்கும் நித்யானந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம். வேள்விகள் செய்து வரும் பேருயர் வாழ்வினையே வேண்டிட ஆனந்தலிங்கம் வேண்டிட தந்துவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாய் நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் புண்ணியம் செய்த பெரும் பக்குவர் உள்மனதில் தெள்ளமுதாய் நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பண்ணோடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பண்ணோடு பரதமெனும் 64 கலை உள்ளிருந்தாட்சி செய்யும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பெண் அவள் செய்த தவம் பாதியை தந்த பெரும் பேரருள் செய்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வரம் எதுவும் வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் விண்ணவர் மன்னவரும் வேண்டிடும் வரம் எதுவும் வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் வேண்டும் உணருளும் நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த ஆனந்தலிங்கம் மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் மூவினை தீர்த்துவிடும் மூல மறுத்துவிடும் சாவினை வீழ்த்திவிடும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் காமம் அழித்துவிடும் காதல் உரைத்துவிடும் சோமனணிந்த நித்யன் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆவியை ஏத்துவிடும் ஆறுயிராக்கிவிடும் நாவுய நால்வர் தொழும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பேதயம் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பேதயம் வாழ்வினுக்கே பேரருளான அந்த பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் பூரண ஞானம் தரும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம் ஆதிலிங்கம் ஜோதிலிங்கம் அற்புதலிங்கம் ஞானலிங்கம் நித்யம் தந்த 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 ஆனந்தலிங்கம்
தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே, மகிழ்வு கொண்டே. மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் முடிப்போதினில் பொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான், தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான். எந்த மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான், நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திட செய்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். அவன் கருணை மழையில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே, மகிழ்வு கொண்டே. காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே, மகிழ்வு கொண்டே. மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடிப்போதினில் பொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் நித்யானந்தன் Nithyananda, oh Nithyananda. மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க, மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க, கருணைய நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினார். மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க, கருணைய நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினார். பகவதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது களைந்து, மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினார். பகவதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது களைந்து, மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினார். பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வழங்க, நித்யனின் தாசன் நீ என அருளினார். பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க, நித்யனின் தாசன் நீ என அருளினார்.
ஆனந்த பரமசிவோஹம். ஓம் நித்யானந்த 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 பரமசிவோஹம்.
मध्यमाय च नमो च कन्याय च पुण्याय च च सुखन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीत्याय च नमः सूर्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नार्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः पूज्याय च भट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईन्द्रियाय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेष्ण्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वासुवाय च सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः साम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे पदाय च दूरे पदाय च नमो हन्ते च हनीयसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्काराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः कीर्त्याय च पूज्याय च नमः भार्याय च भार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आधार्याय च लाड्याय च नमः षष्ट्याय च भेद्याय च नमः सिगत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः च प्रवध्याय च नमः किगुंहिलाय च शयनाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्याय च नमः स्थल्याय च गेह्याय च नमः पाठ्याय च कत्वरेष्ठाय च नमो कृतय्याय च निवेष्ट्याय च नमः पागुंसत्याय च रथस्याय च नमः शुष्याय च हरिद्राय च नमो लोक्याय चोलभ्याय च नमः सूर्याय च सूर्याय च नमः पर्याय च वर्णशद्याय च नमो बहुरमाणाय च विघ्नते च नमः आक्षिरते च प्रक्षिरते च नमो वक्तिरिकेभ्यो देवानागुंहृदयेभ्यो नमो विक्षीणकेभ्यो नमो विचिन्वकेभ्यो नमः आनिर्हतेभ्यो नमः आमीभक्तेभ्यः हन्तसस्वते दरिद्रं नीललोहित येषां पुरुषाणां येषां पशूनां माधेर्मा सोमो येषां किञ्चनामवते ख्याते रुद्र शिवा तनु शिवा विश्वाः भेषजी शिवा रुद्रस्य भेषजी तया नो मृडजीवसे इमागुं रुद्राय तपसे कपर्दिने क्षयत्रीराय प्रपरामहे मतिम् यथा नश्यमसद्धिपते चतुष्पते विश्वं पुष्टं ग्रामे अस्मिन्ननातुरम् मृडानो रुद्रो तनो मयस्कृति क्षयद्वीराय नमसा विधेमते यच्छन्तयोस्तमनुरायते पिता तदस्यामतवरुद्रप्रणीतौ मानो महान्तमुदमानो अर्भकं मान उक्षन्तमुदमान उक्षितम् मानो वधेत्पितरं मोदमातरं प्रियामानस्तनुवो रुद्ररीरिषः मानस्तोके तनये मान आयुषि मानो गोषु मानो अश्वेषु रीरिषः धीरान्मानो रुद्रभामितो वदीर्हविश्वन्तो नमसा विधेमते आराते भोग्नहुतपूरुषज्ञे क्षयत्रीराय नमस्मे ते अस्तु रक्षा च नो अधिगदेव ब्रूह्यता च नः शर्म यच्छद्विवर्गाः सुविश्रुतं गर्तसदयुवानं मृगन्न भीममुपहत्तु मुग्रम् मृडादरिद्रे रुद्रस्तवानो हन्यन्ते अस्मन्निव बन्धु सेनाः हरिणो रुद्रस्य हेतिर्वृणक्तु परिद्वेषस्य दुर्मतिरकायो अवस्थिरामगवद्धस्तनुष्वमीश्वस्तोकाय तनयाय मृणय ीदुष्टमशिवतमशिवो नः सुमना भव पररुणे वृक्ष आयुधं निधाय कृत्यम्
ॐ न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भाति कुतोऽयमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भासा सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्त्यपीठकुशाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणामूर्तये नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि। रक्षां धारयामि। ॐ शिवाय रुद्राय शिवार्चिताय महानुभावाय महेश्वराय सोमाय सूक्ष्माय सुरेश्वराय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय दिक्पालनाथाय विभावनाय चन्द्रार्धचूडाय सनातनाय संसारदुःखार्नवतारणाय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय जगन्निवासाय जगद्धिताय सेनानिनाथाय जयप्रदाय पूर्णाय पुण्याय पुरातनाय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय वागीशवन्द्याय वरप्रदाय उमार्धदेहाय गणेश्वराय चन्द्रार्कवैश्वानरलोचनाय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय रथाधिरूढाय रसाधराय वेदाश्वयुक्ताय विधिस्तुताय चन्द्रार्कचक्राय शशिप्रभाय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय विरिञ्चिसारथ्यविराजिताय गिरीन्द्रचापाय गिरीश्वराय हालाग्निनेत्राय फणीश्वराय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय गोविन्दबाणाय गुणत्रयाय विश्वस्य नाथाय वृषध्वजाय पुरस्य विध्वंसनदीक्षिताय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय जरादिवर्ज्याय जटाधराय अचिन्त्यरूपाय हरिप्रियाय भक्तस्य पापौघविनाशनाय शोणाद्रिनाथाय नमः शिवाय सहस्रदलपङ्कजे सकलशीतरश्मिप्रभं वराभयकराम्बुजं विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरं प्रसन्नवदनेक्षणं सकलदेवतारूपिणं स्मरेच्छिरसि हंसकं तदभिमानपूर्वं गुरुम् अथ धूपः ॐ धूरसि धूर्वधूर्वन्तं धूर्वतयो ओस्मान् ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ग्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ग्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्म श्री नित्यानंदे श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परम शिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परम शिव शक्ति अपीत कुचांबिका समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणामूर्तये नमः। अलंकार दीपं संदर्शयामि। ॐ त्रीणि त्रीणि वै देवानामृद्धानि त्रीणि छन्दागुंसि त्रीणि सवनानि त्रय इमे लोकाः ऋद्ध्यामेव तद्वीर्य एषु लोकेषु प्रतितिष्ठति यच्चातुर्मास्य याज्यात्मनो नावद्येत् त्रिनेत्रदीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपतिब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात् ॐ अघोरेभ्यो थघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः सर्वशर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमथनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः सद्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सद्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाति भवे भवस्ववां भवोद्भवाय नमः ॐ हिरण्यपात्रं मधोः पूर्णं ददाति मधव्योऽसानीति एकधा ब्रह्मण उपहरति एकधैव यजमान आयुस्तेजो दधाति कुम्भदीपं सन्दर्शयामि ॐ तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाग्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् ॐ गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् ॐ हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति अपीत कुचाम्बिका समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अरुणाचलेश्वर करुणामूर्तये नमः श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः कर्पूर नीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि ओम बृहत्सामक्षत्रभृद्वृद्धकृष्णीयं त्रिष्टुभौतशुभितमुग्रवीरम् इन्द्रस्तोमेन पञ्चदशेन मध्यमिदं वातेन सकरेण रक्षान् धारयामि ॐ नवो नवो भवति जायमानोऽह्नां केतुरुषसामेत्यग्रं भागं देवेभ्यो विदधात्यायन् प्रच्चन्द्रमा स्थिरते दीर्घमायुः ॐ मूर्धानं दिवो अरतिं पृथिव्या वै ईश्वानरमृताय जातमग्निं कविगुं सम्राजमतिथिं जनानामासन्नापात्रं जनयन्त देवाः ॐ दूरमस्मच्छत्रवो यन्तु भीताः तदिन्द्राग्नी कृणुतां तद्विशाखे तन्नो देवा अनुमदन्तु यज्ञं पश्चात् पुरस्तादभयन्नो अस्तु ॐ वायुस्तागम् अग्रे प्रमुमोक्तु देवः प्रजापतिः प्रजया संविधानः अमुञ्चमाना भुवनस्य रेतो गातुं धत्त यजमानाय देवाः उपाकृतगुं शशमानं यदस्थात् जीवं देवानामप्येतुपाथः ॐ केतुं कृण्वन्न केतवेपेशो मर्या अपेशसे समुषद्भिरजायताः ब्रह्मा देवानां पदवीः कवीनां ऋषिर्विप्राणां महिषो मृगाणां श्येनो गृध्राणागस्वधितिर्वना नागः सोमः पवित्रमत्येतिरेभन्ये सचित्रचित्रं चितयन्तमस्मै चित्रक्षत्रचित्रतामं वयोधां चन्द्रं रयिं पूरुवीरं बृहन्तं चन्द्रभिर्गृणते युवस्व ॐ राजाधिराजाय प्रसह्य साहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामां कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो दधातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः। ॐ सोमो वा एतस्य राज्यमादत्ते यो राजासन् राज्यो वा सोमेन यजते देवसुवामेतानि हवीगुंसि भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानागुंसवाः त एवास्मै सवान् प्रयच्छन्ति त एनं पुनः सुवन्ते राज्याय देवसुराजा भवति तन्महेशाय विद्महे वाक्विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् गणाम्बिकायै विद्महे महातपायै धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् हंसहंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंस प्रचोदयात् अरुणाचलमरुणाचलमरुणाचलं स्मरणात् मुक्ति अरुणाचलपरशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजन ज्योतिः हर हर नमः पार्वतीपतये हर हर महादेव தென்னாடுடைய சிவனே போற்றி எந்நாட்டவர்க்கும் இறைவா போற்றி அண்ணாமலையும் அண்ணா போற்றி கண்டா சமுதக்கடலே போற்றி போற்றி சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம் शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलं परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ओम नित्यानंदम। Nithyananda, we just witnessed the Mahadipam festival on this auspicious day of Kartika Deepam. The morning lamps were lit, recreating the very manifestation of the entire cosmos. Paramashiva manifests himself to enjoy himself, and that was ritualistically recreated in a ritual known as the Bharani Deepam. From the Bharani Deepam, lamps were lit all around the temples, offering food and in front of all of the deities. And then in the evening, at 6 p.m. exactly, the divine grace and presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Kartika Deepam was lit in all of Kailasa's temples and the Arunachaleshwara temple, where the lamp was lit upon the hill of Arunachala, a large lamp, and also in the temples. Kailasa's temples have also performed this Kartika Deepam ceremony. This ritual is the reality of the ultimate oneness, when all of us experience our oneness with Paramashiva, Paramashivatva, Paramashivoham. The Kartika Deepam is Paramashiva, and all of the lamps that we lit in the morning are merged into the Kartika Deepam, concluding this grand festival in Tiruvannamalai and in Kailasa's temples around the world. We also witnessed at this moment the powerful manifestation of Ardhanarishwara in the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who graced today as Ardhanarishwara, and also in our Kailasa's temples, Ardhanarishwara graced, the deities of Ardhanarishwara graced in Sarvalankara. It is on this day that Devi had the enlightenment experienced, and Paramashiva accepted her as the Ardhangini and graced as Ardhanarishwara, the form of Paramashiva, who is half Shiva and half Devi, Paramashiva Shakti. This is the enlightenment of Devi, and on this day we celebrate our own oneness with Paramashiva, with the divine grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has manifested powerfully in our lives as the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva. We offer now our gratitude and devotion in all of Kailasa's temples for giving us all of this beautiful opportunity and enlightenment. With this, we conclude the Mahadipam celebrations, but the celebrations will be continuing. The Nithyanandotsavam is going to begin in a few days from now. We invite you all for the grand festivities. Just a few days back, we offered our welcoming to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to his own Brahmotsavam. The 25th of this December month is Jayanti, Nithyananda Jayanti, the day of Swamiji's birth star in the Earth month, Dhanurmas. We'll be celebrating in a grand way in all of Kailasa. We invite you all to the grand celebrations of Nithyanandotsavam to join us, participate. You can inquire and learn more
about how you can be a part of this grand celebration of Nithyananda Utsavam. With this, we conclude Kartika Deepam celebrations. Thank you.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Welcome to Nithyananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we are embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles. You will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us. That is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nithyananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas. Remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nithyananda Yoga. There are so many 12 There are 12 different components that consist Nithyananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, Sthiram Sukham Asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of KAILASA, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nithyananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nithyananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nithyananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nithyananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nithyananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum 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 Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nithyananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Durita Kshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीयपरार्धे श्रीश्वेतवराहकल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka, Shri Kailasa Paramacharya, Shrimat Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Varya, Satchidananda Pranavasvarupa, Shrotriya Brahmanishta, Shrimad Jagat Guru, Shri Lashri, Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartham Tesham Padarvindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartham Guru Kripa Kataksha Siddhyartham Kshemasthirya Veera Vijayurarogya Aishwaryanam Abhivriddhyartham Dharmartha Kama Moksha Chaturvida Palapurushartha Siddhyartham Samasta Duritopashantyartham Samasta Mangalavapyartham Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prasadena Sakutumbhasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartham Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Kripa Katakshena Purana Arogya Yukta Dridhagatra Yaugika Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Now, wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om Apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nithyananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low and keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position, straight, and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara Bandha, the Udyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Mula Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest with the hands in the Sarvavashankari Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. as we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose, uncross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next Karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall. Pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the 3 bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the 3 bandhas. Remain with all the 3 bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now, lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now, point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now, place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Mula Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands, stop in that position, one leg stretched back, and raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now, relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down, bring the other foot to the inner thigh, raise your hands above your head, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another karana, the Nikuttaka karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes, and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat, and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhyasana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Moola Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshva Mayurasana. As you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parsvamayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back, and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjaneyasana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward. And sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaneyasana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body. As you lean forward into Paschimottanasana, clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichyasana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichyasana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichyasana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas. As you let your knee fall to the side, lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Udyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down, clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nithyanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. In Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anusuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anusuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just clenching the Moola Bandha alone.
Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now slowly, take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana on the other side. Remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Kekiyasana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you in Mayurasana. Visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged.
The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Raise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly. Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest, toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back, so you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat, with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yatha Sanishtasana. In Yatha Sanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in, bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked. In Siddhyasana now, continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Uddiyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum, alone clenched as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position as you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the thigh, onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath, and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Udyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashumudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out, both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the supreme point of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan, in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumatiyasana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose, Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Udyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Mula Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing the gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atmaramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivritti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivritti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. And lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Pitham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha.
Bhumim karshayet Langalasanam bhavati.
Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart to Ujjayi Kumbhaka, where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, bring your feet, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsya Avatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extend it straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So, in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the supreme point of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehalyullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now when your hands And when your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful karana, the Lolitika karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back, pulling them down towards your calves. Open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Uttanottanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down, stand up, and again. Sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position. Raise your hands above your head. Tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly, sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana which we will be entering into, the Pashvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position, bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Pashvajanu Karana. Now slowly release as we enter into Tandavasana. Stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side, and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanukarana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out. In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Gorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body upright, visualizing the supreme pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of behind you in the Anjali Mudra. palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax. Bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapalyasana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips. Keep your hands on your knees. In Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand. So get ready. Place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhuasana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds. And relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position. And slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards. and alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat, lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you as you bring your hands top of the knees. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean. Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards, giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees, with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha and remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond, visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands, Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back in Jatyasana 2. As you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your inner. As we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees. Your elbows adjacent to the knees. Your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now, laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat, slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right, lightly, and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now. Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now, you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana 2. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadambasana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavana Muktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavana Muktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down. Keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left. Lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourself. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward. Visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up, and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane. Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg that is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight. Palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chancha Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Paramashivoham. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back. Continue to keep your legs in Padmasana and with your respective hands cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas. Just keeping the Mula Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Udyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you. As you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose. In Nagrasana, do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground, the knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanaukasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanaukasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where KAILASA's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
வாராரையா வாராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வாராரு வானத்துக்கும் பூமிக்கும் புது வடிவம் தாங்கி வாராரு இச்சருவா கையில ஏந்தி வேகமாக வாராரு இச்சருவா கையில ஏந்தி வேகமாக வாராரு வீரபத்திரசாமி கூட விறுவிறுன்னு வாராரு வீரபத்திரசாமி கூட விறுவிறுன்னு வாராரு வாராரையா வாராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வாராரு வாராரையா வாராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வாராரு
आनन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमुक्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to all the participants, every one of you that are joining with us today. And today, in a few more hours, with the beginning of morning time in India, begins the occasion of Vijayadashmi celebrations. And today is a day where Devi Paramashiva Shakti establishes victory over all the patterns, struggles, everything. She establishes the victory, restoring the eternal glory to experience the space of oneness, the space where there are no other thought currents, anything that disturbs you from your original state of existence. Today is the day where you can attain victory in any aspect that you want. Today is Vijayadashami. The celebration begins from today evening, continues up until tomorrow evening. And all the participants that are here, today we are going to be having a very, very special darshan of Ardhanarishwara, of Bhagavan Ardhanarishwara, the manifestation of Paramashiva, and in eternal oneness in Paramashiva Sayujya with Devi Parashakti, Paramashiva Shakti. Today, all of us, everyone that is here, you can experience that victory in every aspect of your life that you are seeking for. And we are going to be learning about this, the science to experience this today. Now, before we enter into our day today, let's have a quick glimpse of what we are going to be understanding about today. On the day of Ardhanarishwara, what is it that we are going to be learning about?
Boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations. The very first need is to know yourself, not by the belief of your parents, the judgment of your teachers, the vested interests of your politicians, but as can only be revealed by an enlightened source.
In Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. Exploring your identity, your gender is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body.
If you are feeling deeply good at wow, I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. You feel like blessing everybody and everything.
Who am I? Starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I? Starts and ends in cosmos. By whom? By whose will everything came to existence. Seeking the source, you can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion.
Paramashivoham. Experience the ultimate you. Conducted by Avatar for Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda.
The experience of awakening the ultimate in you, Ardhanarishwara. Experiencing the state of ultimate completion, where you're beyond all the gender binaries, you're beyond all the gender definitions, and you experience the real you, not as taught by your parents, not as judged by the society that you live in, but who you are, for what you are. And that experience, awakening, the Parama, the ultimate in you, is what you are going to be experiencing today. Welcome to Paramashivoham. And now, let us all, now that we've all just finished the Nithyananda Yoga, let us all enter and begin our day with manifesting the power of third eye. I'm going to request all the participants, every one of you that are here, to please take a moment in blindfolding yourself. Please cover your eyes completely. Make sure you close your eyes fully. Please make sure you put a cloth. I see some of you have just blindfolded yourself. Please make sure you put a cloth such that it completely blocks, obstructs any light coming through. Nithyanandam Bhujaichi Aya, Nithyanandam Pranay Kilaru Aya. Can I request all of you to take a moment and blindfold yourselves? Chandrasekharaya, Nithyanandam. Ma Lin Yi Ting, Ma Ishtak, and Ma Bhovati. All of you, please take a moment. Please blindfold yourself. Okay. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to be projecting for all of you various different images. It could be anything, right? So I'll be projecting images for you all, and I'm going to request you all to scan through your third eye and identify what is the exact image that is being projected. Shall we start? Sit straight, chant the Mahavakya. Identify what is the exact image that is being projected to all of you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Relax. Take a moment to share what each of you saw through the third eye. Every detail, whatever sounds to you in the third eye, please take a moment to go share. Request all the participants to post it in the chat. And when you manifest this, right, you will be able to have the ability to see all the details, whatever you want to know about any information you want to know. When you start manifesting thread, it is the so every time before you begin the power manifestation, every day why we start with third eye is from said every single time you start power manifestation, you have to manifest the power of third one. That makes you, that cues you in frequency in that space. And it's not about whether you are reading or not the result in itself, but the process of third eye itself tunes you into that frequency, able to see and raise yourself to that space of oneness. So here's the answer. You all can see this is the exact image that was projected to all of you, and this is the sunlight peeping through the skyline of a city, and you can see different buildings and skyscrapers. Actually, today, through the day, we are going to be manifesting a very, very interesting power. We are going to be manifesting the power of being able to consciously sculpt and design your body the way you want. This science is very unique to Hinduism, and we're going to be learning about this science and manifesting this power itself. So every session that we're doing, you're going to be progressively learning about this further and further, deeper and deeper. So do not miss any session. Each of them are important for you to manifest the power. And I request all the participants, every one of you, to take a few moments now, settle down, and we'll be entering into the first session of our day.
Now to be learning about Sayujya Samadhi. This is where you merge in oneness with Swami. This is that state. Let's learn in detail about what is the state of Sayujya Samadhi.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today is the auspicious day where Mahadeva gave darshan to Adi Shakti and made her as part of himself. Gave oneness to oneness itself. The beautiful day, Devi celebrates her enlightenment and Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva as Ardhanarishwara. Salokya, Sarupya, Samipya, ultimately Sayujya Mukti with Mahadeva, Mahasadashiva. There are so many levels of experience. Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Salokya Mukti means you get to live around the master. It's like you stay in the same space where the master stays. I always tell people, it's like becoming ashramite. You live around me. That is a Salokya Mukti. You enter into his loka. You enter into his world. Salokya Mukti. So a lot of problems will be avoided because you don't have to think for your life. He will think for your life. So many things. Your responsibilities are
taken by him. He takes care of you. He takes your responsibilities. The next level, Samibhya Mukti, living closely around him. I compare and tell people, crew members who always travel with me. The Samibhya Mukti, you are 24 hours around him. Third is Sarubhya Mukti. Sarubhya Mukti is like you take his own form. You are in that same form and do what he does. It's like becoming an acharya, teacher. You do the work of what I am doing. You become a teacher and start taking classes. It's like a Sarubhya Mukti. That is why you can see in all the temples, the guardian deities, Dwara Balakas will be almost the same. Whatever that gods are carrying, the same weapons they will also be carrying. The guardians also will be carrying. If the god is wearing Nama, they will also be wearing Nama. The god is wearing the Kumkuma, the Dwara Balakas also will be wearing Kumkuma. It's like a Sarubhya Mukti. They achieve the same Swarupa. They are in the same Rupa. Sarubhya Mukti. The next, last and ultimate is Sayujya Mukti. You achieve his consciousness. You achieve his consciousness. You become him. You start staying in the same space where he is staying. You achieve the same consciousness. As Mahadeva declares, the Sayujya Mukti, becoming one with Adi.
I had one experience flashing in me which happened in my life in 1995. I'll narrate the whole thing, listen carefully. After I had the darshan of Shankar Baba in Haridwar, who came and gave me food, medicine and cured me, I was completely hale and healthy, blissful, running all over the Haridwar, enjoying. Suddenly one day evening I heard the news that one Swami Vairagyananda, Ramakrishna's Dharmapatni, Ardhangini, Sharada Devi's disciple. Sharada Devi should be called as Dharma Samvartini, not Dharmapatni. Dharmapatni is a too small word. Dharma Samvartini. I heard that he is in hospital, really ill and need to be attended. There is a hospital in Kankal. The land was given by Mahanirvani Akkada to Ramakrishna Mission, and Ramakrishna Mission built the hospital and maintaining it. So I ran to the hospital. I had the opportunity of serving him. The best punya this body has ever earned is serving the elderly sadhus, especially when they are sick. Cleaning up their 1, 2, without feeling hesitation or any of the so-called emotions, treating them properly. By the time I went and started attending to him, he was not able to go to restroom. He used to have everything in the bed itself, and I used to clean, take care, and he has developed little bed sores, and I used to attend to that. That is my passionate, the best thing I enjoyed in my life is taking care of elderly sadhus. I will always be there when there is elderly sadhus who are not well, who need to be attended. I was attending to him. I had the fortune of attending to him for few days continuously. He was so happy the way I took care of him. And he's a Mahatma. Mahatma means I can see clearly the internal organs are failing, but the beaming joy in his face. Even at that time, he will not lie down flat. He will say, hey, only bogis lie down flat, never yogis. His internal organs are failing. He may be alive maximum next 24 hours or 48 hours, not more than 2-digit hours. The voice, hey, Koka. Koka is the Bengali word to address a kid or a child. He used to call me as Koka Maharaj. Koka. In Tamil it's a bad word, so don't use. Koka Maharaj. Make me sit. I have to drag him a little up so that he's at least in the slanting position. I'll tell Maharaj, why do you want to sit? Just lie down and relax. Nay, only bogis lie down and lie down. Yogi can never lie down. He used to tell, the royal brand horses can never sit or lie down and sleep. Until the end, the flat lying down was never his lifestyle. And he will sit and stretch the leg. And the moment he closes his eyes, that smile and the joy in his face, the way he radiates, I can touch and feel God in the air he is breathing, in the space he is radiating. So I was serving him, taking care of him. I actually wiped some of the pus formed in his back, the bed sores. He developed little bed sores in the back and the butt. So I cleaned up all that, and one nice thing with Ramakrishna Mission hospitals, the whole thing is service motive. The care was so much. And they provide best things with so much of care. First, I attended to him, everything. And again, he was sitting with a stretched legs. I just had one idea happening. He lived his whole life a great sadhu. A Mahapurusha, Adi Shakti, Parashakti herself came down as Sharada Devi. And Sharada Devi's disciple, Adi Shakti, Parameshwari, her own disciple. What is it? What is it? The essence of his life? What I can learn? I just had only this one flash. What I can learn from him at this situation? What should I learn from him at this situation? The person of this caliber, Tapasvi, after he left the body, the only property he left is only small tumbler, glass. Yeah. Brass or copper, glass. It is still with me. It's with us in our archives. That is the only property he has left. Not even a plate. That's all he had. I was just looking at him, what I can learn, understand. Now this line, please listen to this line carefully. I'll just narrate it. This should be your Facebook status on Vakyartha, the subject for all of you today. The moment I had this flow, kind of a thought current, not exactly thought current, kind of a current. He just opened his eyes and, Koka, listen. If you enjoyed only 5 senses related pleasures, when that 5 senses cannot function anymore, you will fall in depression. Because life will feel empty. Then, if you enjoyed only kind of a thinking, the intellectual pleasures, like scientists, mathematicians, logicians, when that logic is failing, the powerful logic is giving way, you will fall into depression. He was narrating beautifully. Listen carefully. First listen. He was telling, if you are all the time hooked on to the TV, when your eyes fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the music, if your ears fail, you will fall into the depression. If you are all the time hooked on to the tongue, when your tongues fail, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time hooked on to physical pleasures, when your body fails, you will fall into depression. If you are all the time into these intellectual debates and brain candy, when that fails, you will fall into depression. Even if you have developed only the power of repeating the name of the God, Japa, when your logic slowly fails, you will not be able to do that, you will fall into depression. If you have visualized and meditated on God, when your visualization is getting dull, you will fall into depression. You will not be able to hold anything. He was describing step by step. He said, throughout my life, I developed to rest in that pure, unclutching space and my integrity to my Guru. So even though one by one my senses have failed, my intellect is failing, my ability to remember is failing, my visualization is failing, my emotions are failing, all that is failing. But because my whole life I developed the strength of resting in my pure completion and unclutched space, or pure questioning, whatever I say, that Advaita Nirvikalpa Samadhi, now I am simply resting into it. Beyond that is my integrity to my Guru, which is holding me from the bottom. So I just know I am relaxing in right space. There is no depression. There is only joy. This is what you can learn from my life as lesson. When he was describing, I can see, understand. This is the most powerful old age insurance, you can do it. Even if you practice just repetition of name, when your logic gets into, actually when the salt intake reduces or creatinine level increases in your blood, your ability to connect and remember will fail. Even the pleasure of repeating the name of the God is the pleasure comes from ability to connect and see. You have to connect that name and the God's form and His quality and all that subtly internally. Even that circuit will fail at one time in you. And even if you visualized all the time Sadashiva's form or even my own form, Guru's form, and meditated, there will be one moment where that visualization ability will collapse in you. The one and only thing you need to develop is your ability to rest in unclutched space. The perpetual completion, Sagaja Samadhi, and even that will collapse. That time, only one thing can hold you, your integrity to your Guru. He said, the only thing I developed in my life is my ability to relax in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. When that gives way, I know I'll just fall into my mother's lap, because I was completely integrated to her. The joy beaming in his face. The best thing you should develop in your system is your ability to be in the space of unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, the space of Sadashivoham, the space of perpetual completion, space of Sagaja Samadhi, space of Nithyanandoham. Whatever different words I may use, I mean only that space, which is technically called by Sadashiva as Sayujya Samadhi, or Sadashivoham, or Nirvikalpa Samadhi by Patanjali, Nirbija Samadhi by Shankara. You should develop only that space, and that space also will give way at one point. Then the space you will fall is the integrity with Guru. Understand? That is the last space you will fall. After that you can't do anything. That hand has to just take you in and digest you. The only teaching I can give you is it cannot be taught. Build the ability to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space, complete completion, Sahaja Samadhi, perpetual completion. That is the only right spiritual practice you can do. Nothing else.
Anyone wants to have Sayujya Mukti with the ultimate oneness with the ultimate, you have to take human body. Only from the human body that jump is possible. Understand? That is why I boldly declare, human being is the greatest happening not just in the planet Earth but in the whole cosmos itself.
Bliss is puja. Bliss is good puja. Upasana is literally Samipya Mukti and Sarupya Mukti merges into Sayujya Mukti. Understand? Intense prayer may start as Visishtadvaita, will evolve as Dvaita, and raised to Advaita and manifest as Shuddhadvaita. Whatever level it is, prayer is the most powerful, ultimate way of connecting with Paramashiva. Intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer, intense prayer. Connect with Paramashiva.
Shiva doesn't believe in other three levels of muktis. He doesn't believe in Salokya. He doesn't believe in Samibhya. He doesn't believe in Sarubhya. Straight away, he takes us to Sayujya. He gives us the techniques to Sayujya. Beautifully he says, Bhairava Rupata. You achieve the same consciousness in which I am staying. You achieve the same space in which I exist. You achieve the Shiva consciousness. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. The key in this whole sutra is be unclutched. Let's enter into the sutra. I request all of you to be totally attentive. Please sit straight so that you won't miss. Here, Shiva is taking us word by word to the deepest experience. I tell you one thing. If you can be aware of next 1 hour, if you don't miss a single word, I promise there is every possibility of liberation. You don't need to practice this meditation, because this meditation doesn't need to be practiced. The very understanding, he leads you step by step into your core. Every word takes you to the next layer. And he is showing you the very nature of your being. The core of your being is trying to express it. And better if you don't close your eyes. Usually when you close your eyes, you may think you are listening, but slowly you will be lost. And moreover, I express more in body language than through words. So when you are listening to audio discourse, you can close your eyes. But when you are listening directly from the Master, sit with full awareness. Navrajanna Vishaktir Marutrupa Vikasite Nirvigalpataya Madhye Taya Bhairava Rupata. The energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched, then one attains the nature of Bhairava. Then one attains the Shiva consciousness. You don't even need to practice this technique. All you need to do is just be aware of this technique. There are some techniques which you need to learn and practice, experience. There are some techniques, the very understanding takes you to that level, takes you to that depth. Suddenly you see you are experiencing it. in Vedanta, 3 levels. The first, Shravana, means understanding the technique, listening about it. Manana, meditating on it, contemplating, practicing it. Nididhyasana, expressing the truth, expressing it. You need 3 steps: understanding, practicing, and expressing. Here, with this technique, you don't need the 3 steps. The very understanding simply liberates you, because he's taking us to such a deep level, to the depth of your being. He's showing us to the core. He's taking us to a different space, which I call Zen zone. Zen zone means the zone in which already you are liberated, the zone in which you are unclutched, the zone in which you exist as you are. He is taking us to the zone beautifully, without any practice. As far as this technique concerned, the very understanding is enough. You will suddenly wake up. Yes, I am in that state. Nothing else needs to be done. He is taking us to that zone. He says the energy of breath should neither move out nor enter. When the center unfolds by the dissolution of thoughts, be unclutched. Let me just explain how you think you are thinking. Shiva is taking us a little further, so I am giving you the close-up view. This is what I call neutral space. Every moment, every kshana, again and again and again you experience this neutral space. Constantly it is happening in you. Whenever your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, our outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath. Every moment this neutral space is happening in you. Constantly you are changing the gear. Whenever you change a gear, you have to go to the neutral space. Constantly you are changing the gear. Let it be very clear, if you are constantly changing the gear, means constantly you are unclutched. Every moment you are unclutched because you don't feel comfortable with this space. You just fast forward, you jump from here to there. You do not give your attention to this space. You give attention to this space and this space, but not to the neutral space. You give attention to incoming breath, outgoing breath. You don't give attention to neutral space. You just jump. You fast forward, jump the neutral space. That is why you feel this gap is too small and this gap is more. That is why you feel the incoming breath time and outgoing breath time is more than neutral spaces. One important thing you should know, you may think, but in actuality they are not more. The time is same. You need to understand now about time. Please understand, if you can follow, if you can come little deeply with this sutra, Shiva is straight away showing you the ultimate truth or your very nature. Shiva doesn't believe in changing your activities. He believes in changing your belief about yourself. Here, Shiva is not giving you any rules. He is just taking you step by step to the core of your being and gives you the clarity. You are not what you think. You are not what you are thinking as you. Be very clear. Kshana means the gap between one thought and the other thought. It is not second. So, now you need to understand the circle. This is the NS, neutral space. Nithyananda Swami. This is the NS, neutral space. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing breath. For you to understand, I expressed this as more space and this as less space. But Shiva says, this is equivalent to this. Because the gap between one thought and the other thought is kshana. Gap between this thought and this thought is what he calls as kshana. And he says further, whether you give your attention or not, this space and this space, the NS, the neutral space and the incoming breath, both spaces are equal. But we think this is more because we give too much of attention to it. Even if you give too much of attention to it, this is not more. Let me give you one small example. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you feel completely comfortable, in tune, you are just relaxed. Even if 2-3 hours passed, you will not know how time flies. Suddenly you realize, oh God, it is already 8 o'clock. I have to run. I have so much of work. Otherwise, if you are sitting with somebody with whom you don't feel comfortable or with whom you don't feel relaxed, every 5 minutes what you will do? You will see the watch and you will say, what is happening, whether my watch stopped or not? Don't you have any other work? If the number of thoughts are more, it is hell. If number of thoughts are less, you are in heaven. Be very clear. If number of thoughts are more, chronologically same time, but psychologically you feel time is more. Because you give more attention here, you think you have more thoughts here, you think this space is more than neutral space. The breathing space, breathing time is more than the neutral space. Please understand. Because you think you are having more thoughts, because you think you are interested in thinking, because you believe you are interested in thinking, because you give more emphasis on your identity, you may think the incoming breath time and the outgoing breath time is more than the neutral space, but in reality it is not. It is just psychological game. The kshana of this and kshana of this is one and the same. Kshana of this, kshana of this time, the way in which your mind moves. Because you are having too many number of thoughts, you think this space is more. But in reality, this space is not more. One more thing, how you miss the depth of this space. Here also you have identity, means incoming breath space. Outgoing breath. Here also you have identity. Here also you have identity. Identity is the space which you know. Here you don't have identity. The big problem is, when there is an identity, you are able to connect and see all the identities. You connect and see. Let me be very clear. Let me give you in this way. This is the incoming breath. This is the outgoing. This is again incoming. This is NS, neutral space. This is neutral space. Because here your identity exists. This again outgoing. This again outgoing. NS, neutral space, neutral space. Here your identity exists. Here also your identity exists. Your identity exists in this space. Constantly you can connect and see you are connected. But in this gap, because your identity doesn't exist, you don't connect the gaps and see. For example, the thought which came to you 10 minutes ago, the thought which came to you 10 years ago, thought which came to you 20 years ago, they are independent, unclutched, separate thoughts. But thoughts have got identity. Because they have identity, you connect them and see the thought which happened 10 minutes ago is number one. Thought which happened 1 year ago, number two. Thought which happened 10 years ago is number three. You can connect all of them because they have identity. But the gap which happened 10 minutes ago, the gap which happened 1 year ago, the gap which happened 10 years ago, you don't connect them and see that you are constantly experiencing gaps. If I were to put it in a little deeper way, little subtle way, the suffering, the depression which you had 10 years ago, the depression which you suffered 7 years ago, the depression which you suffered 3 years ago, the depression which you had yesterday, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. But because they are thoughts, you start connecting all of them and create the shaft of depression. You have an idea that your life is depression. For last 10 years, I am suffering with depression, Swamiji. You create a big shaft. You take all these unconnected, unclutched pieces. Each bit is an unclutched bit. You just take all the unclutched bits. You connect all the shaft and create a shaft. Be very clear. The pain which you had 10 years ago, the pain which you had 9 years ago, the pain which you experienced 7 years ago, the pain which you experienced 3 years ago, the pain which you experienced yesterday, All of them are unconnected, independent, individual thoughts. But you connect all these thoughts and create a shaft, and you start thinking, you start believing life is pain. Or the joy which you experienced 10 years ago, the joy which you experienced 9 years ago, the joy which you experienced 3 years ago, the joy which you experienced 1 year ago, all of them are independent, individual, unconnected thoughts. Now, you connect all those thoughts and create a shaft of joy. In life, the only thing which you do is either creating the shaft of pain or creating the shaft of joy. When it comes to the shaft of pain, you try to break it. When it comes to the shaft of joy, you try to extend it. But you don't understand. Neither you can extend the shaft, nor you can break the shaft, because the shaft doesn't exist. The shaft is not there. The very shaft is your imagination, imaginary connection. Let you understand, this connection is just imaginary. Whether you want or not, every moment there is an unclutched space. You are unclutched. You are unconnected. You are unclutched shaft. But just because of your imagination or fear of losing identity, you create constant connection to maintain your identity. This identity or this connection is imaginary. For example, if it is a pain shaft, 10 years ago pain experience, 1 year ago the pain experience, 10 minutes ago the pain experience. You connect all of them in your mind through imagination and create a pain shaft. If it is a bliss or joy shaft, the joy happened 10 years ago, the joy happened 1 year ago, the joy happened 10 minutes ago. You connect them through imagination and create joy shaft. If it is a pain shaft, you try to break it. If it is a joy shaft, you try to increase it. You don't understand, you can neither break the shaft nor elongate the shaft, because this shaft doesn't exist. Whether you see it or not, it is pure imaginary shaft. It is pure imaginary shaft. One more thing, just sit for 5 minutes and write whatever you are thinking or whatever comes without editing. Be very clear, it is just for you, not to show to anybody else. Don't show to anybody else, they will become mad. Understand? Whether it is a pain shaft or bliss shaft, whether it is pain shaft or joy shaft, you can neither break it nor elongate it, because the shaft doesn't exist. Just write 10 minutes, whatever comes in your mind, do not edit, do not touch it, just write whatever comes. Read, you will suddenly realize all your thoughts are unconnected, irresponsible, and completely unclutched, illogical, independent thoughts. Be very clear, your first thought and the second thought is no way connected. There is no logical connection. There is no responsible connection. There is no dependency on the first thought and the second thought. If you just write whatever comes in your mind for 10 minutes and try to read that paper, suddenly you will realize that, what is happening with me? Your whole life is nothing but playing with the shaft which doesn't exist. That is what Shankara means when he says life is Maya. Maya means Yama iti Maya. You are fighting with thing which doesn't exist. Yama means which doesn't exist. You are just fighting with imaginary shaft. You are trying to break or elongate the shaft which does not exist. Let me be very clear. Whatever techniques you practice to break this shaft, without understanding that shaft doesn't exist, you will never be successful. With this single understanding, you don't need any technique. This very understanding is a technique. You are liberated. This very understanding, any simple technique can liberate you.
I'll tell you what is the most secured. Anyhow, one day I have to be successful. So let me become successful now. The right attitude for all of you. Listen. Anyhow, one day I have to reach Kailasa and be with Swamiji. Let me do it as early as possible. That's all. Whether you come and be in Kailasa with me now or next Janma, you have to do. That is where your life ends. Your life concludes. Your climax is reaching Kailasa, Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Anyhow, one day you have to do. Better do it now. This is what is life. And what she told me is the death means life negative. The logic she gave. Anyhow, one day I'll get hurt and leave. Better to leave now. Get hurt now itself and leave. That is what is absolute suicidal, life negative. No. Anyhow, one day everyone has to come and be in Kailasa. Reach me. Whether you reach me with this body you are carrying and enjoy life around me, or you are going to get new body and come back, all that. But anyhow, one day you have to reach Kailasa, be in Salokya Mukti, Samibhya Mukti, Sarubhya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. So better to do now. Exactly. Arunagiri Yogeshwara taught me life. Actually, there was a huge volume book, Vedanta Manana Sindhamani. That book name is still I can remember. Huge, like a pillow, that size of the book. And my grandfather brought that book to me and then said that the class for you is going to start on this subject. On Vedanta Manana means internalizing the powerful cognitions. Seeing that book itself, I got frightened. But I know the technique. If I take it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, I will just chew the whole thing and just directly insert it on my system. Very sweetly you will insert. You will just chew one bit. If literally you will chew in the mouth and give me the tambulam, I'll just take his hand and take it from his hand. Will not leave even one small bit in his fingers. Literally bite his fingers also and take the tambulam, and the whole knowledge he wants to reveal will be there inside me like experience. So I thought, let me do simple process. Like literally downloading. I took that book and gave it to Arunagiri Yogeshwara and said, my Tata told me that I have to start reading this book and they are going to start the class. Then the discussion turned. Arunagiri Yogeshwara started asking me, why are you feeling so tired and bored to read this book? I said, oh God, such big book. Anyhow, I will not be able to complete. Then why to waste time on starting it? He said, fool, that is what is absolute wrong. He told, anyhow, one day you have to finish studying all these scriptures and start teaching to the world. You want to do it when you are 40, 50 or when you want to do it now? Why waste time till 40, 50?
I said, that is right. If I have to do any one day, let me do it now. That is what is life. The principle of life. So understand, any one day, anyhow, you have to one day manifest Paramashiva. Better to do it now. If you think, oh, even if I start, one day I'm going to drop it, then why to start? That is what is suicidal. I can rest only after I achieve Sayujya Mukti once for all. Oneness with Paramashiva. Till then I can't rest. I can be moving here, there. Finally I have to come only there to Paramashivatva. Then why waste time moving here and there? Let me achieve it. That is what is life positive. Listen to this. The moment that clicked with me, with Arunagiri Ishvara, I just took the book and said, Swamiji, you bless me that I'll master this book. He just smiled. And this time, usually he will tell me, hey, go and bring white betel leaf. Vella vettala in Tamil. See, he had his own reasons. For some time he will ask me to get the black betel leaf, karuppu vettala. It will not be like a complete black. It is little blackish on the green leaf. Sometimes he will tell, get vella vettala, white betel leaf, and it will not be like a fully white. It will be a little white shade in the green. So this time he neither told me to get the betel leaf, nothing. He just took something from his teeth. I saw it's a sugar candy and put it in my mouth. And I just saw that whole knowledge of that book, Vedanta Manana Chindamani, has just got into my system. Listen carefully. One day you have to achieve enlightenment. When you are sure about it, you yourself will decide, better let me achieve it now. Why waste time?
boy, girl, blue, pink, hunter, gatherer, gay, straight, bisexual, heterosexual. The deepest identity we carry in today's world is that of gender and its million associations. The very first need is to know yourself, not by the belief of your parents, the judgment of your teachers, the vested interests of your politicians, but as can only be revealed by an enlightened source.
In Hindu tradition, till the age of 21, all of them have been asked to be a brahmachari. Not that everyone will be successful in celibacy, but that is the time they will discover their gender. Gender is not just related to body and physical maturity. It is related to physiology, psychology, and the whole being. Exploring your identity, your gender, is 10,000 times more juicy, celebrating than exploring the other body.
If you are feeling deeply good at wow, I am really worthy of what I am. I am really worthy of life. I am really worthy of whatever is happening around me. When you are experiencing the love for yourself, suddenly you will experience that love for the whole. You will see that everybody, everything is worthy of what they are. You feel like blessing everybody and everything.
Who am I starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I starts and ends in cosmos. By whom, by whose will everything came to existence. Seeking the source, you can capture it by developing the subtle grooves in your brain, by evolving complete completion.
Paramashivoham. Experience the ultimate you. Conducted by Avatar for Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda.
ஏந்தி வேகமாக வராரு வீரபத்திர சாமி கூட விறுவிறுன்னு வராரு வீரபத்திர சாமி கூட விறுவிறுன்னு வராரு வாராரையா வராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வராரு வாராரையா வராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வராரு காடு மலை மேடுகளை கடந்து நடந்து வராரு கண்ணு மொழிய உருட்டினாலும் கருணை கொண்டு தராரு செவக்க செவக்க வெத்தில போட்டு சிரிச்சுக்கிட்டே வராரு செவக்க செவக்க வெத்தில போட்டு சிரிச்சுக்கிட்டே வராரு சின்ன கருப்பும் பெரிய கருப்பும் சேர்ந்து வராரு சின்ன கருப்பும் பெரிய கருப்பும் சேர்ந்து வராரு வராரையா வராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வராரு வராரையா வராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வராரு நேர்மையாக இருப்பவரை கைவிடவே மாட்டாரு நேர்மையாக இருப்பவரை கைவிடவே மாட்டாரு வாராரையா வராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வராரு வாராரையா வராரு நம்ம கருப்பசாமி வராரு
The space of Sayujya, oneness, the Paramashiva Sayujya. All of us, when we are experiencing that state, the state of oneness, where you experience yourself as one with the ultimate cosmos, that space of Sayujya is what Ardhanarishvara, the form of Ardhanarishvara, represents and embodies. Today, Swamiji is very beautifully initiated to all of us for us to experience this exact same space, this very same state, the experience of Paramashiva Sayujya.
Today, how many of you here want to have a group, especially with the, see, today you're going to learn some very important subjects like gender and how you feel about yourself, how you cognize about your body, and what are the misconceptions you have about things like sexuality, Tantra, and understandings that you carry about your five senses in every level. See, many of these things the society will never teach you because it's considered taboo in the society. Am I right? How many of you agree with this? These subjects, even though you have to face, like for example, the very identity that you carry about you, the very identity that you understand, that the way how you cognize about you. How many of you have seen all these things matter? Ma limiting. Are you understanding? Ma I Hui Chin and Ma Denise Bell, Vidyarupanaya, Nithyanandam. How many of you are cognizing this? Matthew Iskaraya. No, you have not missed an initiation today. You're going to be understanding the cognitions, powerful cognitions, and then we're going to have a special initiation.
Actually, today, every truth that we are learning about is very, very important because you're going to be learning the science of what is the exact, the space of completion you need to experience. When we say gender completion, how do we experience that state? How do we experience that space? All our ideas of gender, what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad, something's okay, something's not okay. All these, the concepts, the non-enlightened ideas that the society literally stuffs into you, that becomes the core cognitions, which ends up creating so many incompletions and patterns within you. So when you experience that completion, which is what we're all going to work on today, you will all be having an amazing breakthrough in the aspect of your relationship with yourself, the gender completion.
So first, now we understood about Sayuja Samadhi. This is a state where Devi, Parashakti and Paramashiva are in that state where they're physically manifesting that oneness. Sayuja Samadhi means you merge in oneness with the divine. This is like a very high state of consciousness, and you experience that you and Paramashiva not separate in any manner. That is that powerful state that you experience. Now, let us all enter into a quick internalizing exercise, and we are going to be learning many important subjects today. Swamiji is going to actually be addressing the way how you feel about yourself. Understand? By the time you become 21, in about when you're 21 only, their identity starts getting solidified. So till 21, how you are, that really matters a lot. That really matters a lot, and that determines what kind of an experience you're having inside you about you, what kind of experience you're having about life, what kind of experience you're having about God, everything. It's going to matter a lot, because that identity, the scars, the wounds that you experience during that phase comes to you forever. But today, we're all going to be addressing this important segment where you're going to be learning about many of these truths directly from the source, comes from Swamiji. And this is going to be very, very, very powerful. And Dennis is saying, we as Hindus don't discriminate about gender. Absolutely, actually, you know something, Dennis, the gender equality that society is talking about, men and women are equal. This is what we generally talk about as gender equality. Do you know what Swamiji says? Swamiji says the gender equality concept that the modern day people carry is actually violence. Listen carefully.
Actually, that's why Swamiji says it is not in KAILASA. We do not say gender equality, because Swamiji said, how can make two people equal? It's not about equal. Each being is unique. You celebrate the unique expression of that being as the ultimate divine consciousness. That is Hinduism stands on gender. Vedic feminism is not about making men and women equal. No, men, women, or any gender for that matter cannot be equal, because each of are unique, make each one harness, they need super conscious possibilities. The women experience the divine, inherent divine Shakti in her, and awakening everyone to ultimate consciousness. What is the real definition of Vedic feminism? Hindu feminism means you celebrating the Shaktam, the space of Shakti, the manifestation of Shakti in you.
How many of you here are understanding so far? How many of you are with us? Can I request all of you to just wave your hands if you are with us so far? I see many of you here. Just want to know how many of you are listening intensely. Please wave your hands if you are listening. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. So now let us understand this a little deeper. Today, also, we are going to have a very important completion session. A session where we are going to be doing completion with any kind of incidents that have happened to you, where it has disturbed you, wounded you very, very, very deeply in the very cognitions you carry about you. Today's day, so sensitive. It's going to touch that very sensitive core of you. And those sensitive core where the wounds are there, all that will be completely healed. Dennis is saying, I have visited the male-dominated temples that are letting the women play less male-dominant roles. Dennis, also one more thing is,
we need to understand the history of Hinduism. Actually, I really appreciate your participation. I know you've been coming sincerely for the last few seasons now, and I really appreciate your participation. Thank you so much for your participation. I just wanted to add to what you're saying. The way how Hinduism has evolved. Actually, our Hindu civilization is the earliest, most ancient civilization that is still existing. See, can I request all of you to name some ancient civilizations? Babylonian civilization, Egyptian civilization,
the Greek civilization, Mesopotamian civilization,
Roman civilization,
the Aztec civilization.
Have you all heard of these names? These
The
are all some of the
the
Mayan
Incans.
civilizations. All of these are some of the oldest civilizations, some of the most ancient civilizations, right? Actually, even the Incan and all came a little later, but if you see the Egyptian civilization, all of these are like very, very ancient. Am I right? Now, out of these most ancient civilizations, so actually the historians have, archaeologists have categorized 100 most ancient civilizations, meaning these are like the starting for the civilization of humanity started with these civilizations. The 100 most ancient civilization, then out of that, there were 10 which were really advanced. Like, for example, the Egyptian civilization was one of them, like which was little more advanced than the other civilization. And Hindu civilization also is one of them. Hinduism, out of all these, only surviving civilization that exists even till this day is Hindu civilization, which is as one of the most ancient civilizations and the most advanced civilizations, which is not right now in museum. Understand, all other civilizations are existing in museums. The colonial mindset, the Western aggressive, modernization is not wrong, but westernizing is wrong. Some will say modernize, but never westernize. The aggressors who came with the violence to completely convert all the ancient civilizations and westernizing them, not modernizing, but westernizing them. Because of that, we have lost all the ancient civilizations. The only one, despite of facing the most brutal attacks, most brutal persecutions, the only one that's surviving even till this date is Hinduism. Now, why I'm saying this is because of last almost 2000 years, we have been facing persecutions. And the last few hundred years, it's been extremely brutal, whether it's the Islamic invasions that had happened, or the British invasions that have happened, the Portuguese invasions that happened, the French, the colonializations that had happened. Like this, many invasions, attacks, persecutions Hindus have faced. Still, and despite facing all of it, still it's surviving. The worst part is our own education system was destroyed, demolished. That is what Swamiji is reviving through Gurukul. The ancient civilization that was demolished in the British era, when the British colonized. That time they had completely eradicated the Hindu education system. And during that time, many of the sciences were lost, and they had put in lot of poisons. Like, for example, we never had a concept that a man is higher or a woman is lower. Never existed in Hindus.
The clarification, Swamiji beautiful, is our concept, the gender-based discrimination existed in Hinduism because body itself is considered only as a sheath, as a cloth to the soul, generally considered as a dress to the body. We do not even have the significance to gender does not exist in Hinduism. The whole discussion, debates of gender identity, all of that has come much later. See, you'll actually find incidents where gender discrimination, Hindus doing it
after the persecution much later, where because of the westernization, the neo-Hindu ideologies started settling in, that is when you will find today, if you go and Google, they'll say, oh, Hindus discriminate women who menstruate. Hinduism is the only civilization where the moment a woman attains puberty, she is worshipped, she is celebrated, because she is worshipped as a person who can now carry life, who can now give life to another being. And it is that whole thing is celebrated. It is not considered, it is not like how the Western societies wrongly speak. Hindus do not discriminate. Show me one other civilization which celebrates this whole occasion. Every aspect, each one is very, very in-depth, advanced in Hinduism.
And the thing is, actually, first century is Hindu with the attachment of Buddhism. Buddhism late, and Hinduism is even more ancient. Just letting you know, and that is why actually because Hinduism was followed in so many of yes, Dennis, that's right. All these concepts, see, that's why in Hinduism only we had the worship of women at that time, literally as goddess, as Devi herself. Okay, now all of you are with us so far, right? Now let us all prepare ourselves. Today we are going to enter into some of the very important session. Let's have intense listening. This understanding that we just got our Sahija Samadhi is a state that you will experience today during the darshan. Swamiji is going to raise us to that. Now we're going to be entering into the session where you're going to learn about gender identity. What are the 11 genders? Society tries to categorize you as male or female. It's like a violence to exclude, or like trying to force you, fit you into two boxes. Or nowadays, because of the suppression that happened, they try to force upon you a few other categories, which is, you'll call it as LGBTQ. But neither or oppression is the solution. Understanding the reality and really the completion is the true solution. How do we experience this? Today we are going to be learning about this.
And the first and foremost thing is, first, to experience the Sayuja, the space, the ultimate oneness, the complete completion in your being. You need to first establish yourself, come to the understanding, anyhow, one day I have to experience. Better let me do it today. Why postpone? Because we all think the moment we say about spirituality, we say, oh God, I'm just starting off my life, I still have a career. I think spirit and all should come a little bit late. By then, when you're young, naturally you think you're too young for spirituality. And then you enter into your career, you think you're too busy for spirituality. Then you enter your married life, and then you think your spirituality is not for at the moment, you won't take the pleasures of life. And by the time you become old, you think I'm too old for spirituality now. Already I've lived my life, everything is gone. What am I going to do with spirituality? Understand, anyhow, one day you have to experience oneness. That's a law of life. Better do it now so you can live your whole life from that bliss, in that bliss of oneness. Stop finishing the pattern of constantly postponing. Because even when breakthrough is showered to you, you tend to postpone it. You tend to say, oh, it's okay. Swamiji will say, people come and tell Swamiji, I'm surrendering to you right now, Swamiji, give me enlightenment. Swamiji say, all right. And give Swamiji right enlightenment for this all my life. Nothing is important to me. Give me enlightenment, Swamiji. I'm ready for it. I'm completely surrendering to you. Take everything of mine belongs to you. And Swamiji says, all right, stay here for 2 days. I'll give you of enlightenment. Swamiji, can do it little 5 days later. I have an important business meeting. This is how we all do. Even when ultimate breakthrough is given, unless you come to that right space of completion, even when breakthrough is given, do not be ready to receive it. You will postpone it. You will put it somewhere as one amongst in your bucket list. So first, sit now. Let us all consciously complete the postponing patterns that we carry.
Atma Jyotikaya, I request you also do this exercise. See, 2-3 days back you had posted a problem, right? This exercise will really help you with that. I request you also to sit and do this exercise. And if anyone wants help, we will be able to help you walk through this exercise step by step. Feel free to post it. Guji Shiaya, Ma Hi Huishan. If you have any questions, feel free to post it and ask. Ma Lin Eating, all of you post your questions. If you have any questions during the process, feel free to post it here and we will help you. We will support you to understand this better.
So first, I'm going to request all of you to list 10 areas in your life where you are postponing. Any 10 areas in your life where you are postponing. Please write it down. Now, all the places, wherever you've written down, right? Wherever you postpone, the only way to break your postponing is by actually doing it. Decide every place where you have postponed to actually sit and do whatever you're postponing, make it happen. Take a step towards it. Start every single thing, whatever you're doing. Intensely sit and manifest. It will literally become your experience. It will become your own, it will become a part of your existence itself, your deep experience. You just need to manifest it by breaking the postponing pattern. There's a very beautiful meditation process that Swamiji has given. For us to experience this space of oneness, for us to experience the Sayujya, experiencing that pure love manifesting from the very being. This meditation process is what all of us are going to be doing now. Swamiji will be leading us into a detailed guided meditation. So I request all the participants to please sit and do as Swamiji is guiding all of us. Come on, Chandrasekharaya, Uji, and Viradal Saroya, Pranay Kilaroya. All of you, can I request everyone, please sit straight, sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. We are going to now enter into the meditation process.
Please close your eyes and tie the ribbon. Sit straight. First few moments, inhale and exhale as slowly as possible, as deeply as possible. Slowly start witnessing only the incoming breath. Do not bother about any other movements or neutral space. Just witness only the incoming breath. Be witness, be aware of incoming breath. Slowly start witnessing only the outgoing breath. Now forget about the incoming breath. Just witness, be aware of outgoing breath. Now slowly, very slowly, be aware of both the neutral spaces. When your incoming breath takes turn as outgoing breath, when your outgoing breath takes turn as incoming breath, be aware, be witness of both neutral spaces. Intensely be aware of both the neutral spaces. Be aware of neutral spaces, on, incoming and outgoing breath. Just be aware of incoming breath, neutral space, outgoing breath and neutral space. Be unclutched. Whatever thought comes in your mind, do not connect. Do not even think that you are thinking constantly. Even that idea comes because you connect your thoughts. They are just completely independent thoughts. Do not connect them and create one more thinking you are thinking. Let independent bubbles rise and fall. Let independent thoughts come and go. Do not connect them and think you are thinking. Be unclutched. If they come, let them come. If they go, let them go. Do not think you are thinking. Every thought is independent, illogical, separate thoughts. Do not connect them and think you are thinking. Your idea that you are thinking is a lie. Relax from your mind. Let go. Be liberated. Be unclutched. Do not even try to be unclutched. If you are having thoughts, let them come, let them go. Just understand they are unclutched. They are independent, individual thoughts. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Relax. You can open your eyes. Try to be in that same space. Just see, even these thoughts are completely unclutched. Your inner space is beautiful and purely unclutched. Now, when you come back to your identity, let you understand one more important truth. Now you know this is your identity from which you fly. Once you learnt flying, then it is no more a trap. You can just come and sit in this and swing. It can become swing for you. Same way, once you know that you are unclutched, your identity is no more a trap for you. It can just become swing for you. When you come back to your identity, just be very clear, you are unclutched. That space will make will give you the tremendous freedom that your identity is no more a trap on which you are hanging, it is just a swing on which you are swinging. Now, whether you are flying as Paramahamsa or playing with your identity, you are liberated.
Please relax. I request all the participants to please relax, settle down. All the participants that I joined. This yeah, has good, very deeply to give you that space, that experience of oneness. How many of you did the Kriya? Tagaraido Tarvaya and Matthew Rose Karaya, Radhasna Prabha, handmade, and Vijay Kamaya. I think someone called Linda. Lord, the joyful, not joy the Nithyananda. We also do the Kriya. But joy, actually, you should see, I see you sincerely attending. Many days I see you coming and trying to make time here. If you start sincerely actually attending the program fully, see, Paramashivoham Level 1, Level 2 attended. Level 3, when you attend it once more, again and again and again, especially for preparing yourself for sannyas, make it a point as much as possible attend. And I would recommend that you take this course even before you enter into sannyas orientation. Finish taking the Paramashivoham course. Once again do it. So it's like you're renewing your understandings, you're refreshing, and you're revising in these powerful cognitions into you. And then from that clarity, you'll be able to make your decision. All right. So today, we're all going to be now, with this powerful cognition, entering into the power manifestation. We're going to be manifesting the power, the state, the powerful cognition of being able to use your own will, your conscious will, to manifest as Shakti, to manifest as the power of being able to alter your body the way you want. The science of altering the body the way you want manifests in you when you start actually understanding, experiencing completion with your body. So what we're going to do now is we're going to be first understanding about what exactly is your gender, what exactly is your, when we say completion with the body, what do we mean by that? This session is very, very important. So my liberating, Vidyarupanaya, my high preaching, and my Jnana Vijnana Priya, my Joylo, Everaldoya, Kickbin Rain. Can I request everyone to come on camera? See, now listen carefully. This session, whether you associate yourself as a male or as a female, or as any other gender. Listen to this revelation from Swamiji. It's extremely a powerful revelation. Swamiji is going to be revealing about how to diagnose your gender, why you should diagnose your gender. Very powerful revelation. I request all the participants to intensely listen. Can I request everyone else that are not here on camera to come on camera? Now, in the meeting, I see two of you sitting there. Can I request both of you to post your name? Please do share both of your names. And now all of you going to intensely listen. If all of you are listening to the session so far and you're ready to listen for this session, can I request all of you to put yes in the chat? Lieutenant Pranay. Actually, each of these sessions today, attend fully. I know it's quite late for you in India, but now if you can sit and attend it, it will really give some, it will address some of the most important core cognitions that you may carry in you. All of you by the end of today, you will all experience with that you are not the body. You are not defined by your gender, your appearance, your looks, your judgments. No. You will experience the truth that you are ultimate consciousness. All right. Thank you. I think many of you posted yes in the chat. Now, let us all enter into the next session where Swamiji reveals to all of us about how to diagnose your gender. What is gender? How do you diagnose your gender? Let us enter into the session.
Listen carefully. Mind binds, consciousness liberates. Formula. Basic sutra. Mana is bandha. Chit is moksha. Mind is bondage. Anything done mentally leads to obsession and obsessive compulsive behavior. Consciously, when you engage with your fantasies, desires, sex-related right, wrong, good, bad, socially accepted, legitimate, or perversion, anything. If you can consciously use your visualization and get involved, you will be liberated without need for the physical act from the feeling of undersexed or oversexed, denied or exploited, all the incompletions, frustrations related to sex.
Today's subject, 11 genders. Some of the most powerful sacred secrets and powerful cognitions you need to know from Paramashiva about the 11 genders. 1. Gender is the totality of your identification with physical body, psychological layer, physiological existence, and your will about you. Listen. Your physical existence, your physiological existence, your psychological existence, and your identification, aham, will, in all 4 levels, How you feel the totality of all these four put together is your gender. And unfortunately, society does not have this elaborate true understanding, because this knowledge was kept with elite. Society has only the very rough middle class mentality, mediocre understanding of two gender. And now they are coming up slowly only to the level of third gender. But actually 11 genders exist. The various permutation combinations of your gender identification in the physical level, physiological level, psychological level and will, aham, the individual conscious level. So understand, when Hinduism, Vedas and Agamas asks you to be a celibate till the age of 21, the purpose is for you to realize in physical level what is the gender with which you feel comfortable. In psychological level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. In physiological level, what is the gender identity with which you are comfortable. And your conscious, self-conscious level, what is the gender with which you are comfortable. Exploring it, understand, one of the biggest problem is till 21, if you allow somebody to explore you, or if you explore somebody, you collapse into the wrong identification due to powerless cognitions, and you build a wrong gender identity. Understand? Whether you feel oversexed or undersexed, womanizer or suppressed, any powerlessness or complication in the level of sex and sexual fulfillment or sexual desires, sexual guilt, and any problem you go through with the sex fundamentally starts with gender identification. I tell you, when your gender is properly identified, all the sexual problems just melt down. 3,000 problems sexologists have created can just melt down if you just diagnose your gender. That's all, nothing else. Please understand, multiple disorders related to eating can be cured completely. Multiple disorders related to drug addictions can be cured completely just by gender identification. Do not, first thing, just say no to society and society labeling you in any gender. If you are below 21, decide not to allow anybody to physically explore you and never explore another physical body. Wait. Understand, gender identity is like a mercury. It cannot be kept even in golden pot. It can be only kept in stone vessel. Only after 21, your system becomes a stone vessel. If you are below 21, decide no question of exploring another body or letting another body to explore you. And if you are already above 21 and you feel you have allowed people to explore you or you explored other bodies, don't fall into guilt, but sit and go through every incident and go for completing it. All the understandings, false identifications, misinterpretations, powerless cognitions inserted into you, got inserted into you. Look at them all with the eyes of conspiracy theory. Understand? First thing, there are 11 genders. Second thing, you just need completion, whatever way you are, below 21. So decide not to allow anybody to explore you, and do not explore other bodies till 21. Even if you have explored earlier, decide to go for intense completions. All the cognitions inspired you to explore other body or allow others to explore your body. And after exploring physical relationship, the kind of the cognitions, emotions, mood swings you were going through, pen down all of that, effects and side effects and after effects of you exploring the another body or another person exploring your body. Go through the whole thing and completely. Go for completion. If you are above 21, or if you have allowed anybody to explore you or you explored others, go for completion. If you are below 21, don't allow from now anybody to explore others and explore yourself. Even if you are below 21 and already you allowed somebody to explore you or you explored some other body, go for completion. I tell you, identifying your gender makes you so perfect, complete. Diagnosis makes you manifest powers. Not only solves all your foot pattern problems, addiction related problems, and sexual orientation complications, sexual identity crisis, gender identity crisis. I tell you, even the middle age mood swing or the dullness you have, everything, if you are bored, tired, every problem. This is the master solution I am telling you. This solution is something too good to be true. I am telling you. You need to cognize your will, the aham, tries to play with your multiple possibility, multiple permutation combination. Sometimes it tries to be physically male and physiologically female and psychologically gay. Sometimes it tries to be psychologically male, physiologically female and physically gay. It just tries multiple permutation combinations, explores itself during those periods. You just need to be with yourself. That is what Paramashiva calls as Krama Brahmacharya. He is not calling that as an Aishtiga Brahmacharya. At that first 21 years, you don't take the vow, I'll be celibate forever. No. The exploration period. Blessed are those knowingly or unknowingly remained celibate in the first 21 years of your life. You have built a best foundation for your existence. First 21 years of your life, if you have not physically explored anybody and allowed physically to explore you, you have built a best foundation for your life. Your gender identification, your will, when it is trying, doing all the trial and error of the gender identification, it should be given freedom. Freedom to be celibate. Understand? society is so abusive only if it hooks you into the greed of sexual need. I call it grid of sex. You can continue to be exploited. Diabetes is grid of food. Sexual incompletion is grid of sex. Same way, once you have the wrong identification of the gender and you are hooked into the sexual greed grid, over. Even if you are impotent, you will be earning and paying them to cure you. If you are a womanizer, you will be earning and paying them to make you more sexually active. In either way, you will end up being their consumer, customer, and patient for them. The first 21 years till you find your identification and your beautiful alignment of the gender, which is the true integrity with which your physical, physiological, psychological existences feel complete. In these 11 genders, one permutation combination gives you a complete completion. Wow! The heaven experience in your body, your 6 feet body feels heaven. That experience to happen in you, you need to explore what is the gender you are really, without letting other body to explore you, you to explore other body. Just be celibate for a little time, especially the 21 days of Paramashivoham. Try to be completely celibate. Because I'll be supporting you very strongly, super consciously, to awaken to your reality and identify the right permutation combination among these 11 genders. Which one you feel, I know me. In which one you feel, I know me. To come to that experience, that is what I call the state of Ardhanarishwara. Paramashiva. The state of Ardhanarishwara. Ardhanarishwara is the ultimate symbol of the completion of the gender identity. Liberation from gender crisis. It's a beautiful form Paramashiva takes to show the completion of the gender identity. Next few days, go on pinning down all your wrong ideas you gathered about the gender identification from the society. Below 21, whether you explode another body or another person explode your body, it's a sexual abuse done to you. It's a sexual abuse done to you by the society. By not having the honesty and integrity and telling you the truth about the life and gender, you have been misled. Just till 21, be celibate. If you missed it, now at least do completion. Complete completion and liberation. When you really identify your gender and manifest your true identity, your physical, psychological, physiological will, the conscious identities align so beautifully with integrity, you simply start manifesting Paramashiva. The state, space, powers and being of Paramashiva. I'll continue to expand on the sacred secrets, powerful cognitions Paramashiva reveals on 11 gender. Listen very intensely. Shrunupriye, listen, O beloved one. Understand sexual act, a man first feels physiologically pressured by the hormones. So physiology sends the signals to body, physical structure. So it starts responding. But psychology is not having enough life positive affirmation to be active. It does not have enough love. It only feels the pressure of physiology and physical components. So it is waiting to take revenge on the physiology and physical component the moment act is over. The moment act is over, psychology just takes over and pushes you in such life negative mood and feeling. Listen, if the integrity between physical, physiological, psychological components of you is not achieved about your gender identification, whether you are oversexed or undersexed, you will be constantly struggling. If you are undersexed, you will have so much of struggle in your dreams. If you are oversexed, you will have so much of trouble in your psychology space. Understand? Whether you are aggressive or passive, if your psychology is also prepared and integrated to physiology and physical component along with hormonal pressure, you will build tremendous love and responsibility, care for the other person. End of the act will not be falling down, it will be falling into the intimacy. Every level, your gender identification matters. Understand? Whether you are a womanizer or a nymphomaniac, it doesn't matter. Whether you are a sannyasi or sannyasini, it doesn't matter. What matters is, do you feel inside your body, your integrity, your physical, physiological, psychological components, do they feel integrated about your gender identification? Understand? Your physical identification, that needs just a simple medical examination, nothing else. Physical examination, nothing else. But physiological identification, you need to look in. Whenever you feel excited, are you more in kama or moha? Understand, both of them are different. In kama, you just want to manifest the reality of you and the other person or persons involved in your life. In moha, you just want to exploit everyone for your pleasure. There are two different things. In kama, you are very sure you want the completion for everyone involved. In moha, it is all about you feeling complete. I should not even use the word complete. You feeling relieved. Listen carefully. Whenever your physiology is pressured, If your psychology feels calm, it is integrity. You will be such a beautiful being. Whenever your physiology feels pressured and your psychology feels moha, you will just be exploitative. It will be more or less like a masturbation with another body or a rape. That's it. Understand? The reflection of Paramashiva in you, Pratyagatma Chaitanya, the individual consciousness, as a freedom to align your gender identification in the level of psychology and physiology and physical, all three. I wanted to make a statement. By your willpower, you can change your gender completely, even physically. Ramakrishna demonstrated it. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa demonstrated. There was another one great yogi called Madanagopala Swami. Nadananayagi Swamigal, he used to be called. He lived in South India. He was in Mathura Bhava with Sri Krishna, with his power and willpower. He just manifested all the female characters in his system, whole system. Listen, first truth you need to know, there is no such thing as straight. Nobody is straight. You are just a being clothed with a body. Sexual attraction has nothing to do with the gender of the opposite person. It is the grace you feel with the opposite person. Beautifully Upanishad says, you love your husband or wife not because he is male or female, or husband or wife. He is or she is reflection of your integrity with your identity. Understand? Attraction is due to the grace the other body radiates. Grace is always directly the quantity of the integrity that person's physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity enjoys. Understand? The more their gender identification is integrated, more grace they will manifest. They will radiate. Grace is all about you being completely comfortable with your physical, physiological, psychological, conscious identity called Aham Pratyagatma Chaitanyam. And all attraction is towards the grace, not towards any gender, not towards any person. Please understand. Break from this mediocre idea of gender dowholing. Feel completely relieved if you are confused about your gender identity. Understand, if you are confused about gender identity, feel good about it. You are above the mediocre people. Mediocre people have decided to have false belief due to their fear of society. It is the fear of society. You deny your confusion or the identity crisis and just accept something society says and go on torture yourself for your whole life to believe what society has labeled it on you. I am so grateful to my gurus. At right age, I received these lessons, these understandings, revelations.
When I say first 21 years, be celibate, I am not sadist. I am not sadist, understand? I want you to understand first what real identity you are enjoying. What is your real gender identity? I tell you. If you integrate your gender identity, whether you are a sannyasi or a grihastha or a womanizer, you will be such graceful being. You will be such graceful being. I have seen the most graceful sannyasi and the most graceful womanizers. I have seen both. And sometimes I used to wonder how both of them radiate such grace. I realized it is not about the action. It is about the integrity and identity you feel in physical, physiological, psychological and conscious level. Grace means ability to generate huge love and respect in the other person the moment he sees you, she sees you. Just by sight, if you are able to instigate, invoke tremendous love and respect, that is called grace. Beautifully, Valmiki describes when Sita entered the court, the whole court stood up, including Janaka. Understand? Janaka is father. He says the grace she was carrying was such. All the rishis, munis, and the people who came for Sayamvaram, who were supposed to get married to her, or who came with a lust to marry her, all of them forgot their identity for a few seconds and just stood up. The grace she was radiating. I tell you. I wanted to get into the details. All the mood swing women suffer and feeling exploited, women feel is just because their three layers are not integrated. Physical, physiological, psychological does not feel the same gender identity. There is a mismatch. There is a confusion. That is why women feel disgraced every time they enter into a sexual act and come out. They feel exploited, tortured, abused. Listen. All you need is aligning. And when I say aligning, I don't want to say in physical, physiological, psychological, you need to feel the same gender identity. No. You just need to identify what you feel. That's all. If you identify, you will know why you are feeling what you are feeling, why you are behaving the way you are behaving. Understand? Realizing blind spot is curing blind spot. Nothing else. Realizing why you are behaving the way you are behaving, why you are doing the way you are doing, why you are saying what you are saying, liberates you. I tell you, just if this one understanding and realization is shared, Paramashiva gives at least some 25 methodology to identify your gender in physical, physiological, psychological, conscious levels. Without this gender integrity, every time whether you go through the sexual act or you suppress, you are creating wound in you. Whether you masturbate with another body or masturbate alone, you are creating a wound in you, scar in you. This identification is the primal detoxification you need to go through. It's a fundamental understanding a child should be given by the age of 7. 7, child should start learning about the 11 genders and what gender he feels comfortable in the physical, physiological, psychological, conscious levels. And he should start exploring the multiple permutation combinations and discover in which combination he feels, I know me. Where he manifests his highest possibilities and where he manifests his highest powers. I can see in my Gurukul the kids who manifest powers, they feel so comfortable in their body. Only when they go through this gender identity crisis, they try to explore another body or they allow the another person to explore them, which should not be. At least till 21, do not allow anybody to explore you or don't explore others. You will have multiple realizations, I tell you. Those realizations will solidify you, consolidate you. Gold vessel may be very precious, costly. It will not be useful to keep mercury. To keep mercury, you need only stone bowl. You need to create the body to feel awe. Center your gender identity on consciousness rather than your body or mind, then you will understand the signs of engaging with life and relationships without getting into sexual act. The signs of entering into relationship with the whole universe without engaging physical or sexual act is pure power manifestation. Listen. Listen. I'll repeat. Do not take your consciousness, life for granted. Center your consciousness on Paramashiva. Center even your gender identity. Understand the science I am teaching you now is the most powerful, beautiful power manifestation science. Center even your gender identity on consciousness instead of your body.
Listen, when you look in, even before you remember your gender as a male or female, center your core existence on your consciousness. Remember your consciousness, your pure consciousness. On that understanding, cognition, your pure consciousness, if you build your existence, understand, the more and more you remember your consciousness, more and more you engage yourself with the understanding your consciousness, more and more the nectar based chemicals and hormones will happen in your system. Listen. The everyday living process of your body, your inhaling, exhaling, breathing, digestion, all this can be either amritatva, nectaric, or they can be aging, growing old. Listen carefully. You need to understand the functioning of your body is centered on the ideas you cherish about you. The more you cherish you are based on your body, the more you will engage with gender identities, then that leads to more and more of bondages, needs, greeds, fears. More and more you center yourself as consciousness, more and more your taste for life gets mature. Understand, when you start remembering your consciousness more and more, your identity will not be based on gender. Cognizing yourself consciously, from that cognition, your consciousness, when you approach your physiology, it engages itself in the space of Paramashiva, means immortality, nectar, amritatva, all the life processes like a breathing, inhaling, exhaling, eating, digestion, all engagement with life, whatever your body goes through, everything starts happening towards immortality, being filled with amrita, nectar. Understand? When you remember your consciousness, even your gender identity is built such a way, you do not seek to engage with a sexual relationship with every being you see or everything you see. Please understand. Gender identity built based on consciousness knows how to engage with every person and everything without sexual relationship, sexual activity, but able to engage. That is what I call power manifestation. Listen. If you engage between two bodies, it is sexual act. Even you possessing a gold jewelry, a gold, is sexual act. A matter working with matter always is sexual act. When you establish yourself as consciousness and being conscious, you build your identity and engage with life. Everything becomes power manifestation. I'll tell you, signs of having relationship with the whole universe without engaging into sexual act is power manifestation. Understand? Without consciousness getting matured, you getting aged is the worst curse. Consciousness getting matured more than your age is the greatest blessing.
This session revealed to all of us one of the most important primary understandings and cognition that you need to have in order for you to understand what gender is. Gender. What you understand as gender is very, very important. Can I request all the participants here to take a moment and post what each of you have understood as gender? I request each of you to post your powerful cognitions. What did you all understand? When Swamiji revealed about gender, what are the 11 genders, and Swamiji revealed to us about the whole cognition, the very understanding of gender, what you understand as gender. Ma, Dennis, and can I request all of you to please share, all the participants? Nithyanandam, Ma, Debbie Shula. Nice to have you here, Ma, Nithyanandam. Actually, you have joined in a very, very auspicious and important way, because today we are working on the core of us, what we understand as gender. And my Debbie, if you can get, I know you enrich a lot of people, very actively you participate in Gurukul, and you're very passionate about it. If you can get anyone, 5 to 10 people at least, who you know, especially youngsters, because this age between 18 to 21, or from the time today kids attain puberty at a very young age itself. But from the time they attain puberty till 21 years old, that is the most crucial time of their life, because the foundational identities about sex, sexuality, gender, body, relationships takes shape in this core time. After body attains the puberty and after the hormonal changes starts happening, that is the time where people form strong identities about gender, strong identities about sex, strong identities and ideas and understandings about sexuality. So it's all very, very important. So my baby, even if you can call your children, grandchildren, or your the people you know whom you have been very actively in touch with for Gurukul, invite them for this session, next session, and like the next few consecutive sessions. Really, it will have, they'll all have amazing breakthroughs with that. Ma Samantha Satyajata Shivam. Ma Samantha Satyajata Shiva Shakti. Please, can I request you to come on camera, ma? The session you're all entering now is going to be where you're going to be working on the gender-based identity that you carry inside of you. Like Swamiji said, all the cognitions from a very young age that you build within you, all the cognitions, the ideas, the opinions you carry inside of you, takes form, takes shape in a very, very important, and the whole thing forms as the base for you to experience what you know as you. From the time you remember you collect so many different opinions and ideas of gender. Oh, a female is supposed to be like this. This is love. If someone does this, this is pleasure. If someone does this, this is pain. And this is how a male is supposed to be. This is this emotion. We collect all these cognitions within you. Atmajyotikaya, you're asking, how do I find your inner gender? Listen, Atmajyotikaya, sit today. This session, next session, don't miss the next few sessions. They are very, very important. We're all going to be learning about 11 genders, gender identity, and how this gender identity can form the completion that you can experience in each of these genders. So everything is very, very important, what we're going to be entering into now. Atmajyotikaya, just stay here for the next few sessions. Don't miss. I know it's late night in China, but if you can just stay awake for the next few sessions. Today, it is very important because the inner dilemma that you face, all of that will just leave. Okay, thank you. I see you're okay. Okay, hello. See, understand, from the time, all the cognitions, ideas that you build about you, there are 4 components put together that makes gender. Right? There are 4 major components put together that makes up what you call as gender. Your physical body, your physiological state, your psychological existence, and your conscious will. So, listen carefully. Your physical body. For example, physically you're a male, physically you're a female. That is one. Your body, external body. Second attribute. Listen carefully. The second attribute is your physiological state. Your physiological state is the various different chemical reactions and responses. The physiological state that you experience is your various different hormonal ups and downs that you face. All of this put together forms your physiology. The third, psychology, like your mental patterns, all the patterns, the ideas that you develop. That is the third one, third and most important one. The fourth one, the core of you, your will. What does your consciousness decide? What does your consciousness will for? That is the fourth attribute. Are all of you understanding? Can I request each of you type out what are the four aspects of gender? The four components of gender. Can I request all of you to please type this out? Your physical state, your physiological state, and your psychological being, and your conscious existence, your conscious will. What is your will? All four of these put together forms your gender, gender-based identity. Come on, I request every one of you to first post this so we're all clear and then we can move further into the exercise. Yes. Now, Samantha, I think today, I understand you, I read your message. Today, if you can say, somehow if you can finish this, because you're making a very important decision for sannyas in your life. You are transitioning from one ashrama, the grahastha ashrama to sannyas ashrama. And understand, your being of sannyas, taking the leap of sannyas is not just a change of clothes, it's a change of your conscious state of existence. For you to transcend to sannyas, you need to prepare your physical body, physiological being, psychological state, and your conscious will. So stay here today. If you can attend, Samantha, if you can attend today, nothing is more important than your consciousness. If you can attend today, take time, sit here. You will really have an amazing breakthrough. Okay, Atma Jyotikaya, I'll explain. What does it mean? Your physical body. Like, for example, you're a male gender. Someone else is a female gender. Like this, there are different genders of your physical body. That is the first attribute. The biological, the body, what gender it is the first state. The second is the physiology. Your physiology is your all the internal organs and intra-organs put together, all the hormonal changes, all the chemical reactions, processes, all of that put together is the second layer. Are all of you understanding so far? Yes. So are all of you clear? Yes. Physical state, physiological state, psychological, the psychological existence, and the conscious will.
Okay, so now it's very, very, very important to understand this subject very deeply. First, all of us are clear about how we exist physically, correct? Correct, clear? Physically, you identify yourself based on your physical features, you identify yourself as a male or a female. Now let's go a little deeper. The next layer comes as a physiological layer. We will show the slide, ma. We will show the slide. First, let's understand this a little deeper. I request each of you to keep posting to us. And if any of you need like a assistance, like you want a personal guidance, step by step, to walk you through it, feel free to ask. Actually, we really appreciate
if you ask it, because that will help you to go a lot more deeper. You can keep chatting with us. You can keep posting it on the chat, and we can help you take you further, deeper and deeper inside. Now listen carefully. Can I request all those who are listening intensely to post yes in the chat? Whoever is listening intensely, please post yes in the chat. Great. Great. Ma Shulini Durga, Ma Jayalakshmi Mohanan, Everard Alfaro, are all of you also listening? Male side, who all are listening? I see male bodies. I see many of you on camera. I request all the male bodies also to post who all are listening. Okay. Listen. First and foremost thing, gender does not define you. Right now, what we are doing, it's a very important thing. Usually, like actually when Swamiji first started about the subject, I thought, I know I'm a girl. I'm clear I'm a girl. I don't need to, go for this. It's probably for the people who are confused about their gender. But only when I listened to Swamiji, when I listened to this powerful revelation, I understood God. The very understanding that you need to have is far different from what we are generally cognizing as gender. Actually, I'll tell you a very paradoxical statement. Like it's a very, like it will be very shocking for you. Swamiji tells, when Swamiji is initially revealing about gender, I was like, okay, like what is that? Means I was like, okay, maybe if it's someone else who is really confused, they may need it. Swamiji made an amazing statement, after which my perspective about it changed. Swamiji said, if you think you are clear, if you think you are straight, and if you think you are clear about your gender, be very clear, society has wronged you and boxed you into a wrong idea about yourself. Swamiji beautifully explains. We will be listening to this further. Actually, in this session also, we listen to this clip, but Swamiji will be elaborating this further. Swamiji says, if any of you here feel I'm confused, I'm not clear about gender, I'm not settled into one idea of gender, Swamiji says you should be happy, you have been blessed because you're still not taken by, you're still not eaten into society's concept of gender, because gender is dynamic, gender is fluid, means there is no such thing as I am only male. There is no such thing as I am only female. Impossible. You do not have any such thing as I am only this gender. I am only this gender. No. You are a permutation combination of different experiences of gender in different states of your being. Let's understand this a little deeper. Can I have all of you listening, intense listening? If yes, please post yes in the chat. I only see some of you posting yes. If all of you listening, I request all those who are listening to post yes in the chat. Great. Okay, thank you. Atmajyoti Kaya is asking how to define psychological gender. Ma. Psychological gender means, see, here we are going to take one component. Okay, like this, we can map multiple components. First thing, actually, Swamiji will reveal about this in detail in the upcoming session. We have a detailed session just to see, diagnose who you are, what your gender actually is. This is not to box you. Don't think, oh, okay, now I'm thinking I'm a male, then by the end of this, probably I'm going to think I'm some other gender. Is that the thing I'm going to have? No. During this whole today entire day, you are not going to experience any such boxing of you. Rather, you are going to experience liberation from any restrictive ideas. I want to know from some of you, especially many of the Eastern societies or everywhere, you experience it in different manners. Can I request all of you to post? What are all the restrictions that you have experienced just because you are a male or just because you are a female? I'll give you an example. I'm a man, I'm not supposed to cry. Even how much ever pain I'm going through, I'm not supposed to express my feelings. I'm a man, so I cannot be expressive, show my love. Or I'm a woman, I cannot be powerful. Like I remember one few seasons back, one of the participants shared saying how from a very young age, she was not allowed to cross the road. Why? Because she was a female. And it was given first as a protection. Then it became like a restrictive cognition in her. Come on, first Atmajatikaya, I have not answered your question yet. I'm going to answer your question. First, I want everyone to post what you are understanding as the restrictions you faced because of your gender. I'll definitely answer your question. But we have to first understand some fundamentals before we enter into that. So first, let us walk this step by step, okay? Can I request all of you to share incidents where all you have you have felt this? Chandrasekharaya, Matthew Aya, Teeksan Venkaman, Atmajatikaya. Atmajatikaya, can you share? For example, you chose dance, okay, as your career. Now, for that, what all did you go through? Did society accept you when you chose dance just because you're a male? You chose dance, or did you feel that suppression? You are not allowed to be that expressive. Please take a few minutes and post. Everyone can post. See, if any of you don't want us to read out your names, you can just post your incident in a private chat. We will not read out your name, but we can address the exact incidents or exact cognitions you have. Ma Shulni Durga, Ma Jayalakshmi, Ma Huang may say, I request all of you to post. What are all the restrictions, suppressions, or the cognitions you experienced just because you are a male or just because you are a female? Ma Samantha, all of you please share. Okay, posted a very strong thing saying, as a female, I think I'm only made for enjoyment of males. As a man, I'm supposed to know how to repair the machine. Same way, even many times you would have faced, for example, as a female, oh, you look too fat. You need to, reduce your weight. You need to look more feminine. My anti-aging, ma Wang Mei, and ma Denise, ma Shulini Durga. Can I request each of you to post? Many times, you may have people who have told you, don't dress a certain way, don't talk too loud, don't laugh too loud, or even for males, they say, don't be too emotional. Like they'll tell, some fields are only for women, don't go into the kitchen, you should not sit and cook. Or maybe they'll say, oh, don't choose these kind of feminine arts, they're not meant for males. All these ideas, unfortunately, today, even colors are being sexualized. Even they say pink is for women, blue is for men, black is this and that. So all the ideas that you have derived, first post that. What all you have heard? Ma Samantha, now whatever you posted, go even a little more deeper, ma. Are there cognitions like this wherever you felt restricted? Debbie has posted it. Okay. Yes, exactly. Ma Debbie, what I posted, true. Do you see that? See, no, Ma Debbie and Ma Samantha, especially for what you have posted, and Matthew, I also request others also to post. Now, what each one of you have posted, can I request you all to post more about how you felt at that time? And do you also see those cognitions forcing you to think in certain manner? I remember, actually anyone, especially males, usually society suppresses males from being expressive, from being creative. I remember one person had come for the program. This happened a few months back. And his problem was he's not able to have a breakthrough in wealth manifestation. He has received blessings from Swamiji, but at one point, after like only he can reach up to one point, but after that, he gets so stuck. He feels sick. He cannot manifest wealth. So I remember I was scanning through the third eye, and then Swamiji revealed to me just exactly this. Swamiji revealed to me the third eye that person is stuck because he has one whole creative aspect which he never wanted. He was always wanting to express, but he was never allowed to express by the society, and that just boxed him, made him like stop himself. That's what every time, whenever his muscles go through, understand, incompletions are stored in your muscles. Your muscles, you experience certain tightness in your muscles, certain tension. Constantly the tension is there. Why? That tension which is there in you is because of these hangovers. So that person could not have a breakthrough even when he had an intelligence. My Yan Hui Jing is posted, although I'm a girl, but like boys, I like boys get clothes. And your character also feel more like boys. But first one thing, Ma Yan Hui Jing, do not associate yourself either as a okay, I feel like this as a male, but certain features are of a female. No. Do not box yourself in any manner.
And Ma Samantha, see, for what you have posted, understand, society has deeply exploited the human fear and greed. So I will give a very beautiful example. If you see all the ads in India, Indian ads, they will sexualize everything. Even to sell a car, they'll have to make it objectify a woman, and they have to show it that way. And because the Indian psyche, they lack this concept a lot, and this is what they all look for. If you see all the American ads, all US ads, advertisements, it will all be deeply based on the family. They show everything because in the American psyche, they lack this family concept a lot. So people long for a family relationship. That's why if you see even a simple scrub, the dishwash scrub ad, they'll show a happy family, a pet dog, children, everyone playing. That will be not very relevant. Same way, if you see, for example, Chinese advertisements, it is largely based on perfection of beauty standards. Perfection, how to look perfect, how to please someone, how to please your husband, how to please your wife, and how to look rich, how to please a society. Because the Chinese psyche depends on that a lot.
See, this is not for any discrimination. Please be clear. This is not any kind of racism or discrimination, but this is like the way the psychology of how a set of thought currents run and drive our society.
Swamiji beautifully explains about this, ma'am. See, Swamiji says every country in the world, a group of people vibrate with us. This becomes a societal fabric. It is not, don't think you're in some country where you're exempted from it. No. The human psychology always tends to associate itself only with these, based on this gender. This is what I'm supposed to get from young age. And it is not consciously done. Nobody plans and conspires and does it against us. But the unconsciousness of the society has grown into this. That is why today, the collective unconsciousness of the society is designed in such a way, it constantly exploits your fears, your greeds, your insecurities. And Swamiji explains, this happens from your personal level to the, like in the overall international level, in all scales it happens. Like for example, look into your relationships. Women depend on men for security. Men depend on women for love. And both and whenever you're in a relationship, both the spouses, they start using this incompletion unconsciously. They start using this incompletion. When you give that insecurity to the man, then they will get triggered. Then the Sorry, when you don't give that love to the man, they'll get triggered. And when the men feel like, they give that insecurity to you, when they don't give that security to you, you will get triggered. Swamiji tells, this is not done purposely, consciously. But unfortunately, when you are not clear about who you are, when you are not complete, when you look for the other half from outside, means when you start thinking, this is me, when you have incomplete identity about you, the identity crisis, when that is not resolved inside of you, constantly, any action you do will be from incompletion. You will exploit others and be exploited by others.
That's what Swamiji says always. The husband and wife are the most intimate enemies. Unfortunately, because you neither are clear about ourselves, the enmity starts because there's a deep violence. As long as you are far from each other, suddenly everything looks so colorful, everything looks so beautiful. But suddenly you realize when you come together, it's just a matter of time, all that love vanishes away and you experience a lot of fights happening, toxicity, violence, all this starts happening inside, outside, both ways. And it becomes more like trying to manage situationship, not relationship anymore. You're in the situation, so there's a situationship, like an understanding, agreement. Am I right? How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are agreeing to this? If you are not, please post here. Why do you think so also? Feel free to post here. Now, I'm seeing many of you posting how you feel restricted. Thank you so much for each one of you that are opening up. Don't worry. First thing, today, you are going to experience a deep completion happening in you from all these thoughts. See, Mashulini Durga, just like how you have posted. What I posted is true. So many areas we believe like this. The women are made to feel like you're something low. She also posted that, okay, they should only cook and do the housework. Often heard, women cannot be too strong, cannot exceed men. And this makes it easy for me to have implicit competition with men, while at the same time looking after their status and projecting their self-esteem. Thank you so much for posting this. Mashulini Durga, now take a moment and actually recognize how many times this has made you feel suppressed about yourself. Suppressed about yourself. Same way, Atma Jyoti Kaya. I request you also to post here in the chat. Do you see? Because, see, I know you have this dance school, right? Because of the societal structure, many times, even to express, they may not let you express freely. They may not let your body be fluid. They may not let your being flow completely. Have you experienced this suppression? Just because you are that identity as the male, what are the cognitions that where you have experienced that suppression happening to you? Say with Chandrasekharaya. What are the areas in which you have experienced, like, for example, see, you want to be a loving person, but sometimes the society tells you, no, as a male, you're supposed to be dominant, you should not be so loving. And there is a suppression happens to you inside you. You try to suppress that part of you. Am I right? I mean, if you're understanding this. Actually, for this Swamiji tells, before the age of 21, you start, from the time you attain puberty till the age of 21 is where you are exploring yourself. You start understanding what are your preferences. You start exploring your hormonal ups and downs starts happening in you. It takes a lot of time for it to explore. And unfortunately today, because of social media, the pressure that is added, kids at a very young age, they go for boyfriends, girlfriends, get into relationships. They start trying to explore. Swamiji tells, this damages the very consciousness of the child, because till the age of 21, when you are not clear about yourself,
And when you go outside and when you try to get that fulfillment from outside, you have a very deep conscious gap that is created in your inner space. That is why in this session, Swamiji gave all of us this exercise to do. Understand? Before the age of 21, all the concepts, ideas, and opinions you built inside you about sex and sexuality, gender identification, about society. It could be from movies. It could be you got excited, you wanted to go see something, all of these. Right down. Many times in schools, when there's a similar age group of kids, there'll be a certain kind of conversation, certain kind of peer pressure. And nowadays, it's like because of the social media, the innocent space a child is supposed to have after the upbringing is completely gone. It's literally that the freedom for the child is stripped away from the child, and they're forced into something even before they're ready for it by themselves. And each of this is very important to address. So I'm going to request every one of you. You all have posted so many different concepts.
Now, go back to all the concepts, every idea. You're going to write this for yourself. Do not post it in chat. This is for yourself, but we request all the participants throughout this exercise, please make sure you're in front of the camera and you're doing this exercise. You're going to enter into a very important step. Please take your paper and pen. Once you're ready with your paper and pen or book and pen, please post in the chat that you're ready. How many of you are ready? Please show thumbs up. You can just show thumbs up if you're ready. How many of you are ready? Great. Wonderful. Start.
Please pen down. Actually, Atmajyoti Kaya and Ma Wang Mei and Ma Shulmi Durga, all of you all can even, everyone here in fact. See, each of you can write in your own mother tongue. You don't need to write it in English. So don't worry about translating or anything. If you want to write it in Chinese, you want to write it in Malay, you want to write it in Tamil, Chandrasekhara, neenga Tamil le ezhudalam. Same way, each one of you. Write it in a language that you are comfortable with.
So write it down in the language that you understand, your mother tongue. Whichever, for example, you may speak Chinese with English, Tamil with English. So whichever is your mother tongue, write it in that itself and don't post it in the chat. Now we are going to enter into the exercise. Step 1. All of you are going to write down every cognition, idea, perceptions, myths, misunderstandings that you have gotten about sex, sexuality, gender identity in you. Please start now. I request all the participants to please start.
I request all the participants to confirm if you've all finished writing down. How many of you were able to write it? How many of you finished? Can I request all the participants? Post. Have all of you written down? All the misconceptions, cognition, misunderstandings, myths that you got about the ideas of sex, sexuality, gender, gender identity, etc. If you have finished this, please show thumbs up. I am still writing. Now you are moving a very important step in this process. This step, even if you are feeling very powerless, if any emotions coming up in you, you're going to be living fully inside you. Now, present. You are going to be going back to understanding the very first time the situation, the incident, where either you this when it happened before the age of 21, either you explored another person's body or let another person explore your body. What would you do at that point? And of course, all the participants do this sincerely. See, do not go off the camera, even when Atmagotikaya watching you. I request each of you to come on the camera. See, this is a very important exercise. That's why we're giving you all enough time. But do not go off the camera because the part of this is like your mind will try to convince you. You will get all the doubts. You say, hey, really, do we need to go through all of this? It was okay. It was normal. Understand. You need to do this so that you can feel the part of you which you were not aware of has been wounded. So, all of you sit now, pen down all the cognitions that inspired you to explore another body or allow others to explore your body. And after the physical relationship, all the kind of mood swings, cognitions, emotions, guilt, or you are not sure, doubt, whatever you went through, write it down in detail. Most importantly, please do not post it anywhere. This is only going to be for yourself. Write it down in a language that you are comfortable with. Write it down only for you, and you can safely dispose of the papers right after that. It's too important. How many of you understood this exercise so far? And Atmagotikananda, Sri Atmagotikananda here. All the understandings you're getting, please post in the chat. See, I request you to actively participate. First, say you have finished the exercise or not, because you have asked this today, you are really wanting to understand this and you want to have a breakthrough. Please do this. It will really help you and it will make sure each of these exercises are crucial for you to understand what Swamiji has revealed. Come on, all the participants that are sitting here with us, my Samantha, my baby, Ma Huang Meishi, Keep Sing Wang. I request everyone, Matthew Aya, Ma Fatima the Histani, all of you sit now. Sit with yourself. We're going to now go to intense completion. Intensely are going to complete. But now, please settle down. All the participants, your mind might say, no, this is not needed. You try to postpone it, but please sit down. Intensely settle down. Write this completion. Sit and please write all the cognition ideas. The procedure inspired you to explore another body or allow others to explore your body, and after exploring the physical relationship, the kind of cognition, emotions, mood swings, that you are going to do. And all of that, all the effects, side effects, after effects that you have, of you exploring the another body or another person exploring your body, what was it? The guilt, you experienced need, you experienced some kind of shame, worry, whatever. Explain this to me, detail. What all you felt about you, inside you at that time. Every cognition that we went through. I request you all, do not post it in the chat. This is for yourself. You are going to be doing this exercise intensely. And when this comes, isn't it? Sometimes people look at this subject, very important. Please do not get distracted. Do not, your mind may see sometimes you may not want to face it as well. You may not like it. You may say, oh, no, I'm fine with that. It is actually a very good experience. Any such thing, do not listen to your mind. But actually listen. Maybe not that time, but maybe a little while later. What kind of mystery do you do? What do you feel about yourself? How are you feeling experience? Because everyone, if you can write that down, please sit with yourself and write it down. Please start. Request everyone to start. If you have started, please post here saying I have started the exercise. Post here. You have started, please write it first. Do not post anything else in the chat. Don't post your exercise in the chat. You know, because don't post it and write it because you're honestly going to write it only for yourself. You're not saying it anymore. So be completely honest with you. Every low, every single motion, every effect, side effect, after effect, and retune your power. See, retune. You've been daily, I'm noticing you're attending, you're writing. I really request if you could share. Even see, Chinese participants, you can take the help of your translators, and your translator can post the messages for you. But please actively interact, talk, and share your thoughts so we can help you, support you to apply the principles that Swamiji has revealed. You can experience that breakthrough. So we request all the participants, if you're having language barriers, you're not understanding something, or you want to post but you're not sure, please take the help of your translator, or please feel free to post here. We will assist you. We will be enabling it for you so it's easier. Yes. Come on, I request every one of you to pen down. Let's and do the exercise.
Nityananda, please come up here to have posted some questions. This Nityananda. See, first thing, Matthew Aya, first and foremost thing, don't worry about whatever physical issues you're going through or some other experience that you're dealing with experiencing. I understand that, but I just want you to force yourself to sit and actually write down completely the completion for yourself. What will happen is the pattern, the insecurity that are sitting inside you, or some of the emotions that are suppressed, which even you may not know, those will be liberated. So I do see your written in detail, but I request you to go a little more deeper. Delhi, as an answer for your question, see, that does not come as per which level of gender identity for what you have chosen. See, actually, one thing to understand, the animals have something called as pure lust. When an animal is going through lust, it will be pure love. That it will not be corrupted by any fear, any greed, any other emotion added to it. That is why once it finishes its job, it does not cling on to it, does not have a hangover of it anymore. Today, but human beings are not like that. We have the social media, movies, and all these kinds of industries have corrupted the very idea of this lust. So what happens, even when a human being is going through this lust, you will go through not just what you're experiencing physically, but there's a separate process happening in you. You don't just, there's no two people anymore. There's four people. You, your idea about the other person, the other person's idea about you. So that's why you feel caged. That's why you either you feel used or you feel caged. You have the guilt or anger, violence that happens in your system. First and foremost, before analyzing how you don't keep yourself with any powerlessness that are coming in you, or any cognitions that are happening in you, or a guilt that's happening in you, put that aside for now. Do not judge. Only you are going to write all the cognitions that you are having. The psychological existence of you is not dependent upon this. This is what is a corruption that has been done to you, the incompletion that you are having, but that is not the same as your identity, your psychological existence. I understand, you know? So do not analyze whether it's right or wrong. Do not analyze or judge what kind of cognition you or another person is holding. Purely address this first. Write down the incompletions, the incidents, the effects, after effects, side effects. Just only write that down without judging. Then, I want you to do this. Whenever you experience this incompletion, what feeling did you have? I request if you can keep posting here in chat, so I can guide you step by step. So you will be able to really complete from it. Now, I want you to just see. When you wrote those, have you finished writing down now, Debbie? Are you able to finish writing down? You can type. Oh, I'm sorry, no? Are you able to hear me better now? Is it possible? Is it better now? Are you able to hear me better now? Okay, I'm going to now slowly repeat. So it's easy for you. I'm sorry. I'll repeat slowly now. First and foremost, I want you to understand throughout this process, do not label you, do not judge yourself, do not associate any of the powerlessness that is happening in you as you. First. Second, what you've written, right? The cognitions that you experience, it may not be yours itself. See, first understand. That is the way you are looking at it. Okay? It is your perception of this whole thing. It may not even be the actual reality. That's the first one. That's why Swamiji says, how my world is different. The actual happening is different. Second, when you are sitting and doing this process, every cognition that is coming in, please connect on. Sometimes what will happen here, all of you listen. Sometimes when you're writing, your mind will say, hey, no, that looks too cheap. That's not really, but what can be done? Our mind is cheap. That's the way how we are, unfortunately. If you don't own that, how else will you clean it up? So all of this, do not judge. Sit and write it intensely, authentically. But now, each of you please understand. All the layers, Devi, every action that you do, because we are not very clear about our which layer it comes from, because it's an unconscious action. Every action has an impact and influence on all layers. For example, the act of, let's say, having a physical relationship, it impacts you physically, physiologically, the hormonal imbalances that it creates in you. When your hormones are up, you feel very excited. When your hormones are down, you feel exploited. All of that. Third is psychological needs. After you go through or before you go through, the kind of mood swing that happens in you, all the thought currents that happens in you, that is your psychological. So in all the levels, it has an impact, it has an influence over you. So when you write down every aspect of a relationship, every aspect of something to do with your body, has an impact. For example, you went to body shaming. Someone told, hey, you look very fat, no one is going to like you. Don't think it's just physical or mental. No, physical, physiological. Many times, Swamiji tells, actually there was one person, in Inner Awakening, she attended, she was from North India, I remember her. And that she was a very sincere devotee, and she said that she has attended a lot of, it was her like third or fourth Inner Awakening, and she attended a lot of diet programs and things. Somehow, she was not able to reduce the weight. So she said, in Inner Awakening, if you see, right, Swamiji, the food that Swamiji serves, I mean, not very well known, she's been in Nithyananda Yogam also. When you come to Vidvi, the Inner Awakening, right, Swamiji will serve 11 items, will be puri, chana, this and that, and you will feel like, it's the high, heavy diet. So she came up to the mic for one of the sessions and she said, Swamiji, I want to really lose weight, and do you think, like, I want to take a diet here and I want to avoid these food? Because then she shared with Swamiji that she's been struggling to lose weight a lot, and she has attended so many programs and nothing is helping her. So she asked Swamiji if she should follow a particular diet or can she eat the regular food. And she said it's always like she feels very guilty about eating after eating, and she wants to clarify from Swamiji. Swamiji told her a very beautiful thing. Swamiji said, don't stop. Swamiji said, eat twice the amount that you eat. Means normally how much you want to eat versus how you eat. Normally she said like she started cutting down a lot, though she feels really she wants it, but she's cutting it down a lot because of whatever she said she's very afraid, she wants to lose her weight. Then Swamiji walked her quite a long explanation from Swamiji, and after that Swamiji beautifully helped her to understand. Swamiji told,
From a very young age, she's been told, she has to cut down on her food if she has to get fit. And for a long time, even at that point, she was not still married. She couldn't find a suitable partner, and her parents are associating that also because to her body weight and everything. So Swamiji said, forget about eating. For the next 21 days, I don't want you to even associate yourself anything with food. Go all out and enjoy the food. Eat as much as you want, eat twice the quantity without feeling restricted. Swamiji said, first thing, I am guaranteeing you, you will not gain the weight. And Swamiji said, instead, I'll help you lose the weight by eating this food. That's the first thing Swamiji said. Second thing Swamiji told me, that guilt, that anger, that guilt that has influenced her, not just physically, physiologically, even Swamiji told that the body has collected the fat as a way to protect that insecurity that was feeling. And it has stored that in her body parts. Swamiji said, you don't even need to do yoga. Of course, as part of liberating, you should do yoga, but without even the impact of yoga, just by the completion process, you lose it. And I tell you, if I can pull up the testimonial, I'll pull it up and share. By the end, on the day of the 21st day of the inner awakening, I still remember she came up to the stage and she shared. She did not do anything other than completion. She said she experienced such deep healing that day when Swamiji revealed, she sat and cried, and she felt like, Swamiji had hit a part of hers which she never faced before, and that was a part of hers and she never wanted to confront. She kept blaming, people for her weight, and she kept blaming food for her weight. She said, for the first time, Swamiji made her see the reality. And she had lost, I forgot the exact number, but quite a bit of weight. She was completely like a different person, so joyful, so fresh, so healed. She said she ate so much from her young age, whatever people restricted her to eat, she went and ate all of it. She enjoyed the food without guilt and completely lost the weight without she didn't do any special yoga, anything. No, this normal lifestyle. She lost the weight just by completion. That time, Swamiji revealed how. We think sometimes it's just mental impact that it has. No, that thought currents influences your body. So my body, every action has an influence on all the levels. Now, you cannot put as something as just one, in this level it's only physical. No, anything physical has a certain impact in the psychological layer, in the physiological layer. So you need to write down in all these levels how it impacted you.
But we're also going to be now listening to a very important revelation from Swamiji that Swamiji is going to actually walk us through to understand how we exist in physical level, physiological level, psychological level, and conscious level. What does this even mean? We have an exclusive session, and we're going to be understanding that. Now, all the participants, Matthew, I read your message. I want you to do one thing. I do see from even last 2-3 days, I'm noticing your messages. First thing, take a few minutes and write down when someone says a no to you. Even though you are talking the right thing, you are trying to only enrich them. But when they say a no to you, what is exact feeling are you experiencing inside? What does that make you feel? Can I request you to write? Okay. Yes, understood? How else do you feel? What else is the cognition that we go through at that? I agree. Yes, you are in the higher conscious path. But I want you to explain, write down more, how exactly you experience inside you whenever you face rejection. Not only when you are trying to enrich another person, but when someone rejects your lifestyle, someone says no to something that you say, what do you get? What is the exact process that's actually happening in you? What is that feeling? Attend to that feeling. I request you to look into that a little deeper and post here. You can keep sending us a direct message. I could help you further with that. I want you to write elaborately. What is the feeling that you experience? All the participants, how many of you have finished writing? Have all of you finished writing? Now, Samantha, have you completed? Ma Samantha, the completion that you do in this process, in the previous internalizing exercise we just did, that one completion can bring in so much healing to the exact experience you're having the last few days, whatever you're going through. Really, it will bring healing. Not just it will bring healing in you, it will make you so powerful. How do you experience? Did you write down? Did you write it in detail? Please share, sir, if you are able to write exercise, and how did you feel after you wrote the exercise? Ma Bhovati, have you finished, Ma? Ma Kareen, Ma Fatima? Sit and write, all of this, sit and write. Even if it's taking more time, sit, write it in detail. We will definitely help you walk through. Do not get distracted. I see some of you on your phones, no getting distracted right now. But literally, you're working with your very being. This being is the one that you're having every time with you. But that's the only thing you keep again and again, like, distancing from yourself. You will be able to sit at your phone, you can sit at your job, you can sit at your meetings, you can sit at anything else except for sitting with yourself. Yes. So if your mind is trying to cheat you, divert you, see, usually in physical programs, you will be in the same hall, so you'll have no choice but to sit. But now, since you have each of your homes, there is an easier way that you may get distracted. But that's why we request all of you, be on camera, do this process sincerely, and do every step. Do not think, oh, I'm too old, I don't need this. I'm too young, I don't need this. I mean, the thing to experience that I don't want to get into this. No. This is not going to stop you. This is not going to make you feel restricted, rather liberate you from all the powerlessness. You will experience a real energy, Shakti manifesting through you. Ma Karin, the Akashic reading is not happening in this room. This is Paramashivoham session. So I'm not quite sure which Akashic reading coach is off, but here it's a Paramashivoham session. That's to let you know. All right. All of you finished? So sit now, write down sincerely. Now we are going to be entering into the next step, but all of you be here. Do not get diverted. We will help you step by step. Ma, Debbie, I request you to sit and write down the exact experience you have, the feeling, the way how you felt about yourself, and all the guilt that are sitting in you, the feelings, whenever you experience the insecurity. You notice, not everybody notice, many times the insecurity will just hit you, like you just feel it in your stomach. The insecurity just hits you. And that makes you feel unsettled. That makes you feel like you can't really enjoy that experience, but that insecurity shaking you. If that write this down entirely, it will help you step by step to come out of all these patterns. I request all the participants to sit and write down, because now what we are going to enter into this is a very, very, very important session. Do not miss this session. Even if you are writing, I request all of you to intently listen to this. Right after that, we are going to work on the most important part of diagnosing your gender. So this is the base. Only with this understanding, when this becomes a stable understanding for you, you will be able to enter into understanding 11 genders. Only if you are clear of all the identities you have been boxed into, and only when you experience completion in this, you will be able to enter into understanding about 11 genders. So I'm waiting for everyone to put, you are fully finished. To fully finish, please spend a few minutes and please finish writing down. I see Silva Samantha is still writing, and Ma Yan Hui Jing and Ma
Ma Margarita is writing. Ma Bhavati, are you also writing? Ma? So I'll give you all a few more minutes. Quickly, if you're still writing, please finish it. So we'll be able to enter into the next step.
All the participants, Ma Bhavati, I do see you sincerely sitting and doing. I request you to post here in the chat. Ma Bhavati, see, only when all of you post here in the chat, even the understanding that you carry will go deeper. I see you sincerely sitting, I saw you nodding your head, showing me thumbs up and all. I request if you can post in the chat whatever you're understanding, whatever pattern you're finding. Definitely you'll have a breakthrough. Matthew, are you also sitting and writing? Honestly sit and face yourself. All of you, sit, face yourself completely honestly. Drop your judgments. Attend to that part of you. The powerlessness, the wounds, the pains, everything that you're carrying. Let it all come out. Write it down. Do not give in to your patterns. Sit and write it sincerely.
Please take a few minutes, pen down.
Right after this, we're going to be entering to the session.
Please relax. Hope all of you have finished. Relax, please settle down. Now, all the participants understand. Please listen carefully.
See, Ma Debbie, thank you so much for opening up and posting it. And see what you have posted. First and foremost, that insecurity is not you. I want you to write down, go more deeper, and actually write down. Then see this is still only in the reaction that you're seeing on top. There's something more deeper. You need to hit at that feeling, the exact feeling that you get every time. This is not just related to the level that you're seeing alone. Go a little deeper. See how you experience you, even in other situations, that cognition, the feeling you have about you. I want you to sit. Actually, Ma Debbie, do this process sincerely. You'll have a breakthrough today. Just sit. Neither the guilt is true, nor the insecurity is true, nor the false belief about yourself of not being good. None of these are true. First, sit and identify the root cognition, which is actually showing you all these lies, trying to fool you to believe all these are true. First, for that, you need to have an individual will where you clearly declare, decide, do you want solution or are you going to be going for consolation? If you clearly decide, I want solution, I really want solution, reapproach the feelings that you carry about you from this cognition. Look in, go more deeper. You're catching the pattern, but go back and trace the very first time this powerlessness was experienced inside you. Okay, now all the participants that are here, for this writing, please finish writing. But now we are going to enter into a very, very, very important session.
This session is now going to reveal to all of you about what are the 11 genders. We have understood how to diagnose your gender. We have understood about the completion, the process that you all did now. Next will be the actual diagnosing of the gender. So first we are going to understand what are the various different permutation combinations of gender and what are the 11 genders. Atma Jyotika Nanda, Nithyananda Maya. This session is the answer for the question you had asked. Swamiji will now be precisely answering your question for what are the gender, how do you diagnose your gender. Swamiji will be walking us through that. So let us enter into this session and let us understand deeply.
I request all the participants to intensely listen to this and write down any questions that you may have at that time. Write it down, and right after the session, you can post it and ask. Let's now enter into the session.
Now, what I am going to talk, you need to listen with a lot of intensity. I'm going to share some of the most subtle principles. I'm not going to tell you what should be done, should not be done, right, wrong and all. I'm going to share some of the subtle principles. Then I'll help you to discover your gender. First thing, understand, Paramashiva is very clear. There is no such thing as a straight male or straight female. Slaves, Shudras, Chandalas, the lower middle class people who do not involve themselves with the life. Only they started identifying themselves with a one straight gender. Please understand. Listen carefully. I am repeating. People who don't get involved with a life, they identify themselves as straight male or straight female because you don't need to do much work on you. See, you always wanted to assume the idea about you which does not demand awareness response. Listen carefully. See, you have 4 layers. Physical body, then physiological system, then your psychological layer, then your being, individual consciousness. Understand? One is male, another one is female, another one is male, another one is female. Means that if it is combination, you will have a balanced life. But if it is overloaded, physical, physiological, both are male. Physical, physiological, both are female means you are stuck. You will constantly have that same sexual habit and practice, but same you will collapse. Because fundamentally the problem is not external action, internal concept. Listen. I'm getting into the details. So I will repeat 2-3 times. Because, see, one of the biggest problem is this subject of sex. Because you are trained and the whole pattern of you is not to discuss about this subject or not even to show you have a knowledge about this subject. You always keep these words, ideas aside. Now, I am not teaching you about your so-called sexual act. I am teaching you about your sexual identity. Listen carefully. If your body is male body and your physiology is passive and your psychology is again masculine, consciousness is passive, you will have a completion and fulfillment. Let me explain what I mean by that word. Body, a masculine body, aggressive body is actually good, healthy. It will be very energetic, active. But aggressive physiology is bad. Aggressive physiology means physiology which is always pushing itself to the extreme. Means highest border blood pressure. It will go on. Only when it reaches, it cannot handle anymore, it will stop. Highest creatinine level in your urine. Highest level of sugar. Means the physiology, your intra-organs and internal organs should not be aggressive, pushing itself to the extreme. Please listen carefully. The Hindu jewelry, like this nose piercing, ears piercing, Rudraksha in the armpit, all these are actually, traditionally they wear Rudraksha in the armpit. They pierce the armpit and wear Rudraksha. All these are
actually to make your physiology passive. All this makes your physiology passive in multiple ways. Now understand one thing. If your body is male, your physiology should be passive. If your body is female, your physiology should be very active. Active physiology will burn the fat in the female body. Active physiology will increase the high blood pressure and diabetes in the male body. I'll repeat, listen. The truths I am sharing now with you cuts across the field of sex, physical, physiology, internal organs, intra-organs, and the science of medicine. Please understand every statement I am making to you. I have validated even with modern science. So you don't have to worry. I am not talking just from Vedas and Upanishads and Agamas. I am not putting you in any risk. I have thoroughly vetted all these statements with the modern day researches and findings. So whatever I am talking, you can very comfortably practice. First listen and imbibe, that's enough. Then I'll make sure how you will practice. Listen carefully. If you are male body and your physiology always gets restless, agitated with no problem situation, when there is no problem externally, if you feel restless inside, you will create problem. Not only that, you will identify your masculinity with the problem management. The aggression is identified falsely as your valor. Stupidity. Romance is the highest valor, I tell you. Highest valor of a man is romance, not sex. Highest valor of the man is romance, not sex. The physiology is being passive is the most graceful, powerful way a man can exist. Physiology being powerful, aggressive is the best way a woman can exist. Listen, I will repeat. You have 4 layers. Physical body, the body which you are having. Your physiology, when I say your physiology, I mean 2 components. One, your internal organs, an intra-organ which controls your internal organs. For example, in your throat, the thyroid is internal organ. The Vishuddhi chakra is intra-organ. Pituitary is internal organ. Third eye is the intra-organ. Your heart and lungs is internal organ. Anagata chakra is intra-organ. Your intra-organs control your internal organs. Please listen. See, please understand, every word I am uttering is like a formula. If it goes and settles in you, it will create 1,000, at least 1,000 powerful cognition. Those powerful cognitions releases knowledge. From that knowledge arises your actions. Listen carefully. What I am sharing with you is formulas. From that formulas arises thousands of powerful cognitions. From that cognitions, powerful cognitions arises knowledge. From that knowledge
right actions arises. So when I am giving you formula, don't miss. Listen. Your physical body, your physiological system, your psychological system, and your being, consciousness. If your physical body is male, ideally your physiological system should be female. Means your internal organs should be more passive, not pushing you to the extreme. Your psychology should be very alive, aggressive, and your consciousness should be very cool and compassionate. One of the worst thing I found in the modern day boys, psychologically, listen carefully. Psychologically, absolutely important. So much of mood swing. Listen carefully. Psychologically, so much of mood swing that directly affects the body, so much impotency, but physiologically very active, means so much of fantasy and desire about sex, but physically impotent, because psychologically impotent. Understand this. Your spouse can understand what I am saying more than you. If you are sitting here with your spouse, she will tell you what I am teaching is how much true. Listen. This is, now I am talking about men, then I will move to the women next. Listen carefully. Any psychology with full of mood swing will produce body impotent, but the physiology will be very aggressive. Listen, this is the biggest problem modern day youth is suffering. You may be thinking modern day youth is very lusty. No, impotent fellows. Listen carefully. Toxins are responsible. Any mood swing affecting the body, you should not work on mind, you should work on detoxification, body. If your mood swing affects your physiology, you need medicine. If your mood swing affects your body, you just need detoxification. In the modern human being, the whole problem I found, their mood swings affect body, not physiology. Listen, I have seen in my village, the elders, when the wife dies, their mind goes through so much, their body stops functioning. Listen carefully. Not that
body is diseased, their physiology stops functioning. Listen, I'll repeat now. Understand these layers. Body, physiology, psychology. I call psychology only as a mind. Your psychological layer, mind. Then your being, individual consciousness. When your mind is affected by something, if your body is affected, you need detoxification. Not any medical attention. If your mind affects your psychology, your physiology, then you need medicine. For example, you have a depression, your body suffers that mood swing. Then you need detoxification. No medicine will work. How much ever you give depression medication, nothing will work. If your psychology problems affect your physiology, intra-organs and internal organs, only then the medicines will help. There is two different things. I think you need to listen very subtle, careful, because what I am talking is one of the most subtlest principles of the identity game you play. I know I need to insert this very step by step, this whole knowledge into you. That is why I was first helping you to internalize and then take you to the next level. But if you understand this, it can liberate you from many of your useless pride you carry. If you can, you see, you always think, if you can throw tantrum by shouting, you established your masculine powerfulness. For women, if you cry and collapse and blackmail everyone and get what you wanted, you feel successful. You are not understanding both these patterns are absolutely destructive. They are not definition of your identity. They are identity crisis actually. Listen carefully. How many of you are understanding these 2 points? Aggression more than needed to get what you want, and blackmailing and collapsing more than needed to throw tantrum and get what you want. Both. Listen carefully. If you do overacting, knowing you are overacting, you are intelligent. But after some time, even if you forget you are overacting and start believing that is the truth, you are a fool. A person who knows he is overacting and be intelligent to keep the distance between his overacting and his own cognitions is an enlightened being. That is what is the gap, the unclutched gap which Krishna lives in. What I call the state of Paramashiva. Understand, I am throwing multiple ideas towards you. Even if you catch 2, 3, that's enough. I am not expecting that you will catch everything I am saying. Even if you catch 2, see, if I am throwing 100, and you catch 2 or 3, that's more than enough. I'm okay with it. But I expect and request you to try to grasp as much as possible. I'll repeat now. It's very subtle principles. Straight, simple technique I can give. If you are a male in a male body, entertain more and more and more of non-sexual romance. Build lots of romantic relationships and never get into sexual relationship. This will completely raise you to the highest Tantra. If you are in the female body, be aggressive warrior. Learn things like a karate, physically breaking. Please understand, now what I am saying will align your whole physiology and this whole alignment of physical, physiology, psychology and consciousness. Physical diseases, understand? Fundamental physical diseases, and it will make you manifest powers. A romantic man and aggressive woman can manifest multiple powers just like that. A physically aggressive female body, physiologically soft, intense, romantic male body will manifest huge powers. I am giving you a straight essence. I'll give you the science also. I'll teach you the science so you can identify your gender and see the misshape. Why you create so much mess around you. See, many times, just because you want to take revenge on your dad, you go and destroy your body, your mind, your life. Just you want to throw tantrum. You just want to prove your dad that you are not going to listen to him anymore. I have seen. That is the way most of you start drinking and smoking, just to say no to dad. Just to say no to him, do something. Understand, that is the way you start feeling, defining your box of the identity. Now, it will not collapse by any practice. Intense romance based, but not physical touch. Multiple relationships. Very loving, very caring. That is why in Hindu tradition, other than your wife, everyone is Didi. In Hindu tradition, that is the way. Other than your wife, everyone is either mother or daughter. I tell you. Mother, daughter, sister relationship, where sweet friendliness and romance is shared, but no sexual relationship. One of the biggest problem in the modern day, we forgot romance can exist without sexual relationship. Love, care can exist without sexual relationship. That's one of the biggest toxification happened to men. Understand? The biggest toxification happened to men is not pornography. The biggest toxification happened to men is men are made to believe that without sex romance cannot exist. No. I tell you, there are multiple ways to relate other than the sexual relationship. Any person who develops that ability starts manifesting power in male body. It's actually power manifestation technique. Aggressive women, warrior women are always the witches. Don't give the wrong meaning to the word witches, W-I-T-H-C-H. They are the most powerful Rudraganyas. Rudraganyas of the West are only abused as witches and killed and burnt and destroyed. They were very powerful sacred women. All the Hindu goddesses, if you see, always they are described as a warriors. Show me a single Hindu goddess who is not a warrior. All Hindu goddesses are described only as a warrior, born for war. They are branding itself as warriors, but it is not for all the male gods. It's not for all the male gods. But any female god, the description, born for warrior, waging war. Understand? Shiva Shakti, yin yang, the internal completion of physical, physiology, psychology and being. It always need to be other qualities. The layers, listen carefully. When you bring a non-sexual, highly romantic physiology into male body, you and others mistake you are a gay. I don't know how many of you are able to catch what I am saying. Even you mistake, because West teaches you only if all your relationships are sexual act based, you are a male straight. If your relationships are more romance, love based, even you start doubting, am I gay? Understand? How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? First of all, gay is not wrong. Second, even if you identify yourself as a gay, it may be of understanding. If you go to the third layer, psychology, and perceive aggression there, then you are not gay, you are complete. Understand, I am not promoting being straight or being gay or being transgender or being bisexual and all that. I am only helping you to identify what category you belong to. So you get comfortable with the category you belong to. The moment you get comfortable, you are liberated. Because any stress within your gender identity is identity crisis. If there is no stress with your gender identities, you become transcendental gender. You become liberated being. After that, your actions no more bind you. And everyone who comes around you feels such grace. They feel showered, fulfilled, complete.
I wanted this session to be watched 2-3 more times because many things which I said, you need to hear again and again and allow it to sink in you. If your body is male, bring more romance in your physiology. If your body is female, bring more aggression in your physiology. If you alter the physiology, psychology and being aligns by itself, because that too zone you cannot do anything, only I can do. That listens only to initiation. Only to the level of physiology your will persistence works. More than the physiology, your will persistence does not work. Your psychology and conscious being level, only I will have to work. Initiation works. Awakened Kundalini works. These various permutation combinations in the physical level, aggressive, physiological aggressive, psychological passive, consciously dull. This becomes one kind of a gender. Most of the modern day men are like this only. Absolutely impotent. Don't feel disrespected. I'm revealing the truth to you. Listen carefully. As long as you believe by overpowering you can define your identity. If you are in the male body and believe in overpowering defines your identity, you are a fool, impotent. If you are in female body and throwing tantrum and collapsing victim mood makes you successful and gets you what you want, you are Mudevi, inauspiciousness. Nobody should live with you. Listen. Now I'm describing all the negative aspects first. So you understand and it really hits you. Whenever I utter these words, if it hits you and hurts you, don't worry. Once for all, that patterns will leave you. Because your inner space, deep down, is already in love with me. That is why you are sitting. That is why so much of power manifestation. Understand? All power manifestation is sexual energy aligned. That's all. The sexual wounds in you, when they are healed, you manifest powers. Every power you manifest, I have healed 10 sexual wounds in you. That's all. Aggression gets into the field where you have to be passive, and passiveness gets into the field where you have to be passionate. This whole mess, I heal. That's all. Every power manifestation is nothing but sexual wounds getting healed. The gender identity related wounds getting healed.
is what is power manifestation. When I pour Kundalini in you, the gender identity related pains disappear. The pains you carry because of rejection and aggression, feeling exploited or feeling used, or feeling you used others, all this just gets melted down. And fundamentally, love in its pure form do not cause any of this pattern. Feeling exploited or exploiting, pain or rejection, all these are misplaced gender identities, not actual reality. Please understand, now I want to tell you one thing. Really, whenever you feel rejected by somebody, that person suffers. You rejected that person. Later on, if you have open heart-to-heart conversation, both of you will realize both of you suffered feeling rejected. It is not one. I don't know how many of you are able to understand what I am saying. How many of you experienced this? No, I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the truth. In reality, the pure love never causes pain. All pain is from delusion, misplaced gender identity. See, if your society teaches you, if this are qualities are there, only then your love should be recognized by you, that is where the problem starts. Anything which does not cause pain, enjoy. Anything which causes pain, keep yourself away from it. That's all. Just avoid violence. There is no other law in life. I am interested only in healing you and making you manifest powers. Listen. Listen carefully. How many of you are able to understand this misplaced ideas of identity, gender, created too much mess in you and your actions and reactions? Raise your hand. That's enough. Now listen. One of the most healing thing is knowing that others also have same problem as you. That heals you a lot. That gives you a lot of comfort. Understand, because I have to infuse Kundalini into the deepest corners of your identity, the male, female, right, wrong, aggression, good, bad, everything, that is so your core being feels very intimate with me. And that core being just knows, I know everything, and you don't need to worry about hiding or explaining, or you just need to be, you can be as you are. That core confidence is what I call integrity to Guru. Integrity with Guru. Understand? Integrity with me does not mean you need to tell your whole life to me. I don't want to listen to all that blue film stories. No. Who wants to listen? You should know, I know everything and you don't need to tell me. That is what is integrity. Understand? You feeling, I know everything and you neither need to tell me nor you need to hide from me. See, understand? Even if you think you need to tell me everything, it is not integrity. Then you think, I don't know. You should know very clearly, I neither need to hide from him, nor need to tell him. Explain to him. He knows. I cannot hide because he knows. I don't need to tell because he knows. That is what integrity. Understand? Either you try to hide or you try to tell, both are not integrity. How many of you are understanding this? Trying to tell, trying to hide, both are non-integrity. Knowing clearly, I neither need to tell nor need to hide, he knows. That is integrity. Understand? Whoever in the corners deep down has that click with me, you will continuously manifest powers, because that is what is the umbilical cord connection between you and me. Not telling everything about your life, nor hiding, knowing he knows, neither I need to tell nor I need to hide. Actually, I know whatever is in you, but I don't know. My unknown knows all your known and unknown. My avyakta knows all your avyakta, anvyakta. Because my avyakta, unmanifest, knows your manifest and unmanifest, I know your unmanifest and manifest. Because I know my unmanifest. Listen. Listen. In you, your manifest does not know your unmanifest. In me, my manifest knows my unmanifest. My unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest both. Because my unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know your manifest and unmanifest. Now I'm not playing with words. I'm making you understand. This will solve a lot of your problems and make you catch the integrity. Because my unmanifest knows your manifest and unmanifest, and I know my unmanifest, I know your manifest and unmanifest. How many of you are understanding this statement? Yes. And my manifest unnecessarily never tries to know your unmanifest and manifest. My manifest learns from my unmanifest about your unmanifest only to guide you and help you whenever required, wherever required. So, you can be rest assured, I know everything and I will not know everything. So, you neither need to be feeling, you need to hide from me, nor need to be feeling, you need to tell me everything. Neither transparency nor hiding is required. Just the trust. Swamiji knows. So neither I need to hide, nor I need to tell. He just knows. That is what is integrity. How many of you are catching what I am saying? Understand? If we spend few more minutes and watch this whole thing, what I said is like a zigzag puzzle. I made statement about aggression, I made statement about women, I made statement about so many things. You need to watch this at least once or twice for the whole zigzag puzzle to fall in place. How many of you are understanding what I am saying? Then, I want to answer your questions precisely. Only that way I can take you to the deeper level understanding about gender identification. I have to smash thousands of incompletions you carry about this gender identification. Biggest violence done to human beings is ignorance about the gender, wrong ideas about the gender being injected on people. I want you to spend few minutes in watching this whole session once more. Then I wanted to answer your questions and take you to the precise depth process. And I want to tell you guys, first time I have ever started opening up, speaking in detail. Because I am free. And I tell you guys, hey, all of you, directly or indirectly, have taken the responsibility for me to have my own nation. So I commit with you, I will give you the ultimate freedom. Because I wanted this freedom to give you enlightenment. I have nothing to achieve. I have nothing to gain. With all this freedom, I ask the people who are living around me, I don't even come down from the room other than the class. I don't even go out for a walk. I just sit in my bed whole day. Whenever I have class, I come and sit here and do the class. Just go and sit there. That's all. So my freedom is only to give enlightenment to all of you. I have nothing else to do. And you guys have supported me directly, indirectly, multiple ways. By giving your time, treasure, talent, so many ways. And I commit with you guys, I will give you absolute enlightenment, uncompromising.
11 genders. So beautiful, all of them. About understanding what are the 11 genders. Every bit what Swamiji did right now is such an important truth for each and every one of us. Every solution, every revelation, whatever Swamiji revealed about right now, each of it is very, very important today. All of you are going to be receiving the initiation to experiencing these 11 genders in you. So, Ma Samantha and all the other participants, every one of you that are here, Ma Elizabeth, Ma Karin, Ma Bhavati, can I request each of you to post? This session is something that would have, it is like amazing and mind-blowing, right? And it is each of you to post, what did you all understand?
KAILASA, Toronto. How many of you clicked it? I see many of you there. Nithyanandam, KAILASA, Toronto. How many of you clicked with what Swamiji revealed in this extremely powerful session? How was it for you?
Every one of you, please post, please share what did each of you experience? And listen carefully for every one of you that are here. The truths that Swamiji has revealed in this session for all of us right now. This is a fundamental basis for you to understand. You have two choices. How you want to associate yourself. There's a joke that Swamiji says that I'm reminded of. Once a young girl, very curious, she runs to her mom and she says, Mom, how do humans happen? So the mom says it's very simple. God made Adam and Eve. They created humans and then more humans came from them and then more humans and so on. So the girl was very satisfied. A few days later, again she gets the same talk. So she goes to her dad, and dad is busy doing something, and she goes to the dad and says, Dad, I have a doubt. He says, yes, honey, go on. Then she says, Dad, how did human beings happen? How did we all come to existence? Then he looks at the daughter and says, that's very simple, dear. Long, long ago, once upon a time, there were no humans on planet Earth. It was all only monkeys, and more monkeys. So those monkeys evolved and became human beings. Now this girl is thoroughly confused. Mom says God made Adam and Eve made more men, human. Dad is saying there were only monkeys. From monkeys, more humans came. So she is very confused. She goes to her mother and she says, Mom, I'm very confused. What is this? You are saying God made Adam and Eve and they made more humans. But when I ask Dad the same thing, he's saying we were all once upon a time only monkeys and from monkeys we all evolved. Then the mother says, oh, don't worry about that. It's very simple. I told about my side of the family. You are not told about your side of the family. Understand? Listen, if you do not know your highest possibility, if you do not know what your possibility is, what you can do, you will be stuck with only these lower level identities of what you carry. Human being is the consciousness evolves. All the other ideas, the understandings, the opinions you carry about you are all ephemeral.
Actually, every single truth, I see so many messages. Actually, many of you are posting how this session clicked with you. I see many of you even sending in personal chats. Wow. Amazing. I really love this session. Actually, this one is not available on YouTube. This is an exclusive session. And you need to listen to this at least 2-3 times for you to grasp. Because everything Swamiji is revealing, it is too powerful. Yes, Ma Devi, it's this definitions you would have not heard before unless you were there in that session. This is exclusive video, not available on YouTube. Let's say this definition you would have not heard before.
So actually, whoever came for the session right now, you're all really, really blessed and lucky. It's not a coincidence that you happen to be here because every single truth that Swamiji has revealed, every single truth in this session, these are all exclusive videos. And today, this time is Navaratri time. Very, very shortly, we are all going very all going to be having the darshan of Devi Parashakti,
ultimate darshan, Parashakti Akashic readings. Swamiji is going to be blessing all of us, showering us all with the Akashic readings and the darshan Parashakti as Parashakti, Paramashiva Shakti. And the best way to receive that darshan is to prepare your inner space, preparing your inner space with that complete completion. So each aspect, whatever Swamiji is revealing to us today, and what you are doing this exercise, each of this is very important to prepare yourself.
Today we all did a very important completion. You completed all the ideas that you carry about gender, gender identity, sexuality, all the myths, misconceptions, the ideas that the society has imposed upon you, all these things, right? Now, all of us are going to be entering into the next step. You also completed about how the effects, after effects, side effects, and also the cognitions, the incompletions, cognitions, hangovers of the past that influenced you to either explore another person's body, allow another person explore your body. We did this. I know each of these are very, very, very sensitive layers of you that you sat very beautifully. So many participants sincerely sat and did this completion. Now we are going to enter into the next part. We finished these two important layers of completion. This step that we are going to be entering into now is going to be about how you exist physically, how you exist physiologically, how you exist psychologically, how you exist consciously.
In this session, you are now going to diagnose which gender you are. Means, understand, you may think, oh, I am a male, I am a female. Be very clear. There is no such thing as only male, only female. There is simply no such thing. Gender is fluid. Gender is dynamic. In each of these levels, based on your conscious maturity, you experience genders. That is why you will see all enlightened masters. If you read the life of Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, so beautifully in his story, it is very beautifully described. He goes to a point where he cannot identify. He is physically a male, but his physiology becomes a female. Means he actually starts developing all the components of a female body.
See, but that state is an extremely high level state. Now what we are all addressing, what Swamiji addressed right now, can I have everyone's listening? All the participants that are here tuned in, we request everyone to please be on camera throughout the session. Your participation is crucial, and this session, see, the preparations that we are doing now, each one of these sessions are very, very important, and we request all of you to please be on camera and participate. Listen carefully. We understood these different layers. Now, how many of you understood what Swamiji revealed about how you exist in each of these layers, physically, physiologically, psychologically, consciously? How many of you are understanding that part? Can I request all the participants to post here on the chat? How do you understand? What does it mean for you to exist? Like when Swamiji is saying, how you exist physically, how you exist physiologically. What did you understand by that? Elizabeth Silva. Here you will get Swamiji's response, ma. Swamiji will be blessing you. Here you will be able to receive Swamiji's blessings once Swamiji's darshan starts. Okay. Very good. I see many of you posting. That is true. Ma Samantha, you have posted about what Swamiji revealed, how the impotency happens because of the fantasies that have been forced into modern day humans. The fantasies that are forced into us. Understand? Having fantasies is actually it locks your Muladhara chakra. When you have too many fantasies, it locks your Muladhara chakra. It does not allow you to experience your peak potential, peak possibility. Now, all the participants that are here with us, let's understand the subject deeper and deeper. And you're all going to be entering into an important exercise where you're going to identify and see which layer, how you are existing. All the participants that are there with us, KAILASA, Toronto, can I request all of you to post the names of the participants that are there?
And all those who are listening in the chat, if you have your notebook and pen ready, please put yes in the chat before we enter into this exercise. Can I request you all, Ma Stephanie Lal, Myrin Master Nithyanandam, and Marani, Fatima Devastani. I request everyone to put, because this exercise is now going to go to one of the most sensitive areas of your needs. Like Swamiji told in the session, right? Most of our life, we are extremely uninvolved within ourselves. We do not have that consciousness, we do not have that awareness. That is why Swamiji says, again and again and again, you will have the same sexual habits, ideas, identities, cognitions about sex, and cognition about your gender. Everything will be the same. Still, you will not experience fulfillment. So many people look for different ways to fulfill the same pattern, the same habits, because fundamentally, human beings are unconscious and non-involved with their own self. That is why the moment society tells, hey, your body is female, so you're a female, this is the template you need to have, we say, okay, and take it. But like Swamiji revealed beautifully, that is the biggest non-involved decision you make, which affects you in your physical, physiological, psychological, and conscious levels. In all the 4 levels, this affects.
How many of you are understanding that you need to attend to this? How many of you are cognizing this, that you need to attend to this part of you? It is not something that you can ignore. Understand, society, the way how we have been brainwashed, you don't even attend to this part of you. You keep avoiding. But how long can you run away from yourself? I request whoever is able to catch, you're able to grasp this so far, and you're clear that you need to internalize more on this. Please post in the chat. And any of you have any questions, feel free to ask now. One thing I wanted to ask all of you, how many of you have seen, this is especially for males, whenever your hormone levels, like a simple example, you get really tensed, you experience some kind of aggression, but this tension in you goes too high. It's like there is no break at all. You're not able to put that break. If you get irritated, it gets shot so high. It becomes like hypertension. You're so tensed. You're not able to handle it in you. How many of you have experienced this? Especially men. For all the men, how many of you have experienced this? Can I request you all to put yes in the chat if you're able to identify this? Same way for women, many of you have seen. Sometimes, especially when you are going through your monthly cycle or around that time, you see your psychology going so cranky. Like normally what you would have done, normally would have not dealt with the situation in that aggressive manner or like in a very irritant manner. But you see, then your psychology becomes too aggressive at certain points. You feel like you're going cranky, like you're not able to handle yourself. Either you become too emotional or you go through the insecurities, especially when the insecurity hits you. You feel like in that imbalance. How many of you have seen this? Please post in the chat if you're able to relate to this for men and for women. Yes, right? all those who are recognizing good, because understand, the first thing Swamiji told very clearly, that consciousness that you experience is not you. It is the lower altered states of consciousness. But why do we experience that? You're responsible for you entering into that state. Why do we experience that? Because psychologically, when you are very active, for women, psychology should be passive. But for women, when our psychology is made active, how do we make it active? The kind of things are force-fed on social media. You go on comparing your relationships with that perfect Instagrammable couples, the couple goals that are put on your Instagram, or the TikToks that where you see the perfect love, perfect relationships. Who themselves add a filter, add every possible thing and put it. When your psychology is already filled with all these, and when your psychology is too active, what do you do to yourself? You go through the cycle. Same way for men. If your physiology is active, understand, for a woman, if your physiology is active, aggressive, it will only manifest as burning of fat, burning of calories. I mean, if you're understanding this, but for men, if your physiology is active, are all of you able to hear me clearly? My Debbie, yes, with Swamiji's blessings, definitely yes. So many of us have been transformed because of that. Now, we are going to do the exercise to internalize this deep.
Actually, Ma, I also wanted to share. See, when you complete this, I think there is one very powerful incident that happened with an Adinavasi, like one of the KAILASA Vasi. This happened way back in 2012, 2011 time, early time. There was one Adinavasi who had joined to the Adinam very newly, and she had cervical cancer. So she had joined for healing, and she used to come and get healing. Literally for 1 week, this happened, where Swamiji would heal her. First time when she got healing, the whole cancer disappeared. The cervical cancer disappeared, and doctor said it's a medical miracle, and it's like completely gone, and she doesn't need it any further treatment or anything like that. And like she was very happy, and she went for a routine checkup. Sometime back, a few days later, the cervical cancer reappeared. And then she would again go for healing. Again, it will completely disappear. In a few more days, again, it will start reappearing in initial stages. And again, she had gone back for healing. So Swamiji said that, he scanned as to what is exactly wrong. At that time, Swamiji made her walk through, spoke to her, made her revisit, and made her understand. She had shared how she had developed a deep hatred towards that whole part of her body, because as a child she had been through a certain abuse, and that whole thing had pent up in her, and that grew and became the cancer. And listen carefully, this entire incident is very important for us to understand. That person had grown, that whole cancer had started recurring. She had suffered a lot with it. Because of Swamiji's healing, she even got to know a possibility that it could be healed. But every time after Swamiji would heal, it would come back again. If she's in Swamiji's presence, it will not be there. The moment she goes, it will come back again. So this whole cycle was happening to her continuously. That time, Swamiji gave her a beautiful technique. Swamiji told her, just take a pillow, okay? Whoever was the person that abused you, visualize that person as that pillow, vent out all your emotions. Swamiji said, if you feel like, just go to a room where you're not going to be disturbed, where you're not going to be judged, just be by yourself and don't be disturbed by anything. And Swamiji told her,
Just do, like if you feel like crying, scream, if you want to beat up the pillow, but when put everything that is there in you onto that pillow. Like you visualize that is the person and express all your agony, pain, suppression, everything there. And once you finish that, just relax and slowly start feeling the part of your body part which is having the cancer is you. Start accepting it. Start just listening to it. Just start feeling, healing it and feeling one with it. And listen carefully. She did this meditation process for 11 days, or a little more than 11 days. And that cancer entirely left her. This time, she didn't even come. Swamiji said she doesn't even need to come back for Swamiji's healing. Swamiji said, you just do this process. And just by doing this one process, the cancer completely left her. It did not, there was no, after that, like few months, years, she went for regular checkups. The doctors told the checkup was not needed anymore because it is completely healed and it is not recurred back at all. And Swamiji goes on to very beautifully explain the wounds that we carry. Not always, see, in this situation, it was someone abusing her in a young age and that whole thing had happened. But many times it will even be deep guilt, feeling undersexed or oversexed both, that will make you feel all that incompletions, feeling that, I have not had enough, or feeling that guilt, feeling about that guilt, feeling the wrong ideas you develop about sex, sexuality and gender. All of this impacts you deeply, much more than you understand or you know. You may think, what is that? This is not that much. I mean, I'm not so affected by it. I don't really mind about this aspect of me so much. I'm just fine with it. Understand, this has got nothing to do with just the act of sex alone. This is about the cognition you carry about you, the relationship you have with you, about you, the understandings and cognitions. Because if you are not complete, any kind of relationship you initiate in life, you will feel exploited, you will feel incomplete. And if you are insecure, any relationship you initiate in your life, you will be exploiting others. You will be having the same incompletion with others. This is why Swamiji has revealed to us this detailed science. Please take up this time. Sit now. All of you do this thorough introspection. Only now, if you understand this, next you will actually learn the Tantra, the most anti-sex practice. It's a beautiful revelation that Swamiji has given, which we will all be learning about. But before we enter into that, first it's important for you to come to completion, consciously sit, analyze, cognize, understand what are the identity you carry about you in your 4 levels. Listen carefully, we will explain each level to you all. I request all of you to write down how you carry, what are each of the ideas you have about your physical body, what are the ideas you carry about your physiology, your psychology, and your conscious existence, your conscious will. In each of these levels, what is the general ideas you identify with? Please take a few minutes and pen this down.
Physiological means, see, physical, you all know, physical body, how you feel about you physically. Physiological level, listen. Physiological level means your hormones, the hormones that you have, your internal organs, your heart, your liver, your kidney, your intra organs, third eye, vak, the 7 chakras, and the Ananda Ganga. This all put together is called as physiology. How you exist physiologically. Next, psychology. Psychology means the thinking that you carry, the thinking, the emotions that you carry, all that comes under psychology. Just sit and identify In each one of these layers, and the fourth layer, which is will, your conscious will, ajna, in that core of you, how you exist. Try to sit now. Identify how you exist in each of these layers currently. Like, for example, physically, how are you existing? Physiologically, meaning, what kind of an activism do you have? Do you internally, do you feel that as a woman, do you feel the aggressiveness? Are you active physiologically? How are you handling those internal organs, intra organs? See, in this physiology itself, you can even write even the gender attractions that you have, external gender attractions that you have, how you exist, what kind of an attraction you have. Even those things you can write down in this itself. All these, please do not show to anyone else. I request, especially if you're sitting as a family and all, I request each of you to do the exercise separately. Please sit and write this down. In each level, how you exist. Please start the process. Request all the participants to sit and do this now.
Nityananda. I request all the participants to post. We've all finished writing. Every layer, how you identify, how you associate yourself, what you see yourself as is very important. If you've all finished, now I'm going to request you all to confirm in the chat. Please post yes in the chat. Now, in each of these layers, where you experience that constant stuck pattern, means the confusion that happens in you, the identity crisis that you go through, all of it just gets aligned if you work on aligning these 4 levels. If you cognize yourself, if you understand and bring completion, actually you all should know, Hinduism is the most beautiful civilization where you can learn what ideas you carry about gender, sex, sexuality, nothing. It is not related to the external act alone, but to establish yourself in the space of completion. You all should know one thing. When the word, we talk about Kama Sutra, right? And it is very the whole connotation of Kama Sutra is very, very abused and persecuted by Western civilizations and by even the neo Hindus now. Even Hindus themselves don't understand. Swamiji tells the story of who wrote the Kama Sutra. Kama Sutra was written by a sannyasi called Vatsyayana, Rishi Vatsyayana. He writes Kama Sutra, and you know how he writes? It's a very beautiful story. As a young child, Rishi Vatsyayana, he's staying all by himself alone in seclusion. He does the tapas for many number of years. He attains enlightenment. He comes back home. His mother looks at him and he explains to his mother how he's achieved the enlightenment state, and he explains to his mother about all the experiences he has had. So his mother says, wait, a sannyasi means, like, you should be a sarvajna. If you're enlightened, you should be a sarvajna. You should know everything. So he says, yes, mother, I know anything you ask, I'll be able to answer. You tell me, come on. You ask me the question, you test me. You test whether I'm enlightened or not. So the mother thinks and she says, this kid from a young age, he's been all by himself, he's done only tapas. And he's a sannyasi. So the one topic he will not know about at all should be about sex and about the whole concept of relationships. Then she asked him the question about that. In response to that question, Rishi Vatsyayana gives the entire Kama Sutra. Understand all the ideas about Tantra, the idea about gender, the idea about sex, the idea about relationships, everything is enlightenment based in Hinduism. Today, all the understandings that we all carry is very corrupt because of the cognitions, the unconsciousness of the society. But if we understand what Swamiji has revealed in this session, if you just understand the pure, that ultimate truths that Swamiji is revealing, you will have such